management will ensure that sensitization programs are intensified to improve on the uptake of the secondary and skills development bursaries. Number 2, grants, empowerment. A, questionable disbursement of empowerment funds. Cause of the query, management wishes to acknowledge the auditor's observation that funds were disbursed to 5 clubs which were not registered. However, management wishes to state that at the time of audit, the certificates of registration for the mentioned clubs were misfiled. The application forms were held in multiple storage areas, resulting in certificate on the affected files not being availed timely. Action taken. Management has retrieved the copies of certificates of registration and are attached to the respective files. See Appendix 2. Remedial measures. Management will ensure that each beneficiary's application form has a copy of certificates of registration attached and stored in secured locations. B, unapproved payments, Consular Development Fund Committee. Cause of the query, management wishes to acknowledge the auditor's findings and do hereby state that the Consular Development Fund Committee approved the list of applicants for empowerment grants for 2019. However, the names of the 2 clubs were misspelled in the minutes of the CDF committee meeting and could not be verified at the time of audit. See table below. Action taken. Management has attached the corrected minutes of the Constituency Development Fund Committee meeting, which approved the list of 2019 CDF empowerment grants and the certificate of registration for the 2 groups. See Appendix 3. Remedial measures. Management will ensure that the minutes of Constituency Development Fund Committee meetings are properly edited. Part B, cross-cutting audit findings. Appendix 1, budget performance. Management response, cause of the query. Management acknowledges the auditor's findings and wishes to state that the, number 1, variance in the funding was due to the procurement of the CDF monitoring and the community police vehicles respectively. Number 2, the interest earned on the revolving account was as a result of the account being an interest earning, and the funds will be utilized on soft loans. Number 3, the balance brought forward represents committed funds from 2019 to 2020 community projects and 2021 CDF funding. Number 4, unspent funds. Unspent funds were as a result of the following reasons. Number 1, community projects and disaster contingents. The outstanding funds at the time of audit were as a result of contract retention funds, savings on bid contract prices, committed funds on the ongoing projects, delays in project approvals, procurement procedures, and contract clearance by the Office of Auditor General. Attorney General, sorry. Number 2, employment loans. This was attributed to the late guidance on the engagement of the financial institutions for management of loans under Constituency Development Fund, which was issued on 10th September 2022. Number 3, secondary and skills development. Poor response on secondary and skills development applications. Action taken. Management has so far spent a total of 13,946,393 kwacha 36 ingwe on CDF activities, leaving a balance of 7,328,364 ngwe. See the table below. And of course refer to Appendix 4. Remedial measure. Management shall liaise with the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development to ensure policy direction is provided in time to avoid late implementation of projects. Appendix 2, failure to spend. Management response. Cause of the query. Management acknowledges the auditor's findings and wishes to report that failure to spend was attributed then to lengthy approval process and the procurement procedures of 2022 community projects. Action taken. Management wishes to report that a total of 10 projects have been completed, leaving 5 outstanding projects still under implementation, as shown in the status report on projects below. Kindly refer as well to Appendix 5. Remedial measure. Management will ensure that all the outstanding projects are completed. Appendix 4. Unaccounted for grant funds. Cause of the query. Management acknowledges the audit findings and wishes to report that the groups/clubs lacked capacity in financial literacy and understanding of the main purpose of empowerment grants, despite the sensitizations having been conducted. In addition, management faced challenges in respect of mobility to ensure close monitoring and supervision of beneficiaries. Groups/clubs changed project types without seeking authority from the Constituency Development Committee. Action taken. Management wishes to report that the 3 groups have since been written to, trained them in financial literacy and saving. In addition, monitoring vehicles procured and delivered, which will ease close supervision. See Appendix 6. Remedial measure. Management has strengthened procedures for monitoring beneficiaries and build capacity of the groups in financial literacy before disbursement of funds to ensure proper accountability. Appendix 5. Questionable disbursement of CDF. Cause of the query. Management wishes to acknowledge the auditor's observation that funds were disbursed to 5 clubs which were not registered. However, management wishes to state that at the time of audit, the certificates of registration for the mentioned clubs were misfiled, in that the application forms were held in multiple storage areas, resulting in the certificate on the specific files not being availed timely. Action taken. Management has retrieved the copies of certificates of registration and are attached for verification. See Appendix 7. Remedial measures. Management will ensure that each beneficiary's application form has a copy of certificates of registration attached and stored in secured locations. See Appendix 8, failure to disburse soft loans. Cause of the query. Management acknowledges the audit findings and wishes to state that soft loans were not disbursed during the period under review. This was attributed to the late guidance on the management and disbursement of loans by financial institutions which were issued by the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development to all local authorities on 10th November 2022. This was further worsened by the long scrutiny process of the financial institutions, resulting in disbursement of soft loans the following year in 2023. Action taken. Management wishes to report that the bank has disbursed empowerment loans totaling 2,934,349 kwacha 84 ngwe to all the beneficiaries. See the table below. Remedial measure. Management shall liaise with the financial institution to expedite the scrutiny process and disburse empowerment funds within the stipulated period. Appendix 9.1, bursary, secondary school and skills development, unspent fund, unspent grants. Cause of the query. The unspent funds in 2022 bursaries were as a result of the low turnout in the secondary boarding school and skills development bursary component, and management only spent funds to students and pupils who had reported to respective secondary schools and skills institutions of learning. Action taken. Management wishes to report that a total sum of 2,623,000 was varied from the 2022 CDF secondary boarding school and skills development component to finance community projects. Therefore, management has since spent a total of 3,216,522 kwacha, leaving a balance of 1,674,061 kwacha. See the table below. Remedial measure. Management will ensure that sensitization programs are intensified to improve on the uptake of the secondary and skills development bursaries. I now refer the House to the addendum.
Members, I turn to the addendum. Honorable Nyambose, there is an addendum there. Continue, please.
Thank you, Chair. Number A, unapproved payments, Constituency Development Fund Committee. Action taken. Management has attached the corrected minutes of the Constituency Development Fund CDF Committee meeting, Appendix 1. Appendix 9.1, bursary, secondary school and skills development, unspent grants. Action taken. The Constituency Development Fund Committee has since approved the recommendation to vary the balance from secondary boarding school and skills development bursary, totaling 928,061 kwacha from the 2022 CDF allocation to fund the completion of 2 community projects as shown in the table. Number 1 is completion of a science laboratory at Musenga Day Secondary School, which is in Mungu Central Ward. The allocated funds, Chair, is supposed to be 700,000, not 750. Then community contribution nil, total 700,000. Number 2, completion of Chitimukuru Community School, which is in Fube Ward. The allocated funds are 248,061 kwacha, and the total that side is 248,061 kwacha. Chair, I wish to submit my clarifications on the cited queries and the assurance to the committee that the remedial measures to the queries for Mungwi Town Council will be adhered to. I thank you, Chair.
Honorable Simumba.
Chair, thank you very much. Before I think we go anywhere, we can just look at the very addendum, Chair. When you look at unspent grants on the same action taken, the CS Chair has submitted to this committee that they have varied this 928,061 to 2 community projects which they should complete. Now, Chair, I just want to, before we can go to the main report, number 1, completion of a science laboratory. Allocated funds 700,000. Number 2, completion of Chitimukuru Community School. Allocated funds, Chair, 248,61. When you add, it is giving us 948,061. And when you look at the very amount that they are valid is 928. I would want to know where they are going to get the difference. Chair, on this addendum, because the total is 928, and according to them, this was approved, and they have valid the very approved amount to too many projects. Now, when you add the allocated funds on this table, it's giving us 948, and yet there is 928 there. So where are you going to get the difference from so that you can complete these too many projects? Thank you, Chair.
Council Secretary.
Thank you very much, Chair. Apologies, this one is supposed to be 948. It was just a typographical error. I submit, Chair. 948 and 61. Thank you.
Are we seeing that on action taken report? Action taken. All right. Any other question on the same? Dr. Manza, I saw your hand. Is it on another question here?
So we refer you to the report on page 1. The bursaries, secondary school and skills development, where council has partially funded some students, but the reason is that the council was only allowed to pay tuition fees, so then the other students were not funded because they failed to meet the user fees. My question is, on the action taken, page 1, the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development has given guidance to local authorities to pay for other school requirements, and management has since implemented the guidance. When did you receive the circular to pay for tuition, lodging, and the user fees? Answer that one.
Council Secretary.
Then I'll follow, the substantive question will follow.
Council Secretary. Honorable, on page what? It's like the Council Secretary is lost. On page 1 of your report, when did you get that instruction?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not in the position to recall exactly when we got the same letter which guided to the effect that we needed to cater for other school requirements, but I think it was towards the end of 2022. I submit, Chair.
No, but yes, Honorable.
May I know the other school requirement as prescribed in those guidance? What is it that you have been guided that you should do? Also sponsor, so that listeners out there should also know that, okay, this, because parents now currently, they are almost paying the same students, they will pay them to pay for certain activities. But may I know from you as a council secretary, which are those requirements, so that at least each and every person here should know the requirements, the extra requirements that you are supposed to pay, the school requirements.
Council Secretary.
Thank you very much, Chair. The other school requirements being referred to meals and of course the training requirements, like for instance those that are doing schools training, they are required to be provided with their respective attire, that is the uniforms. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I just
No,
asked
is it on the same? Okay. So maybe we get Honorable.
Because I just asked the
Yes.
date. I just asked the date for the local government guidance on paying for all those user fees and so on. Now you have said it was the end of last year. Okay. Now, if I refer you to the Appendix 1,
Appendix 1.
Yes. Council made a payment to Lukasha Trades Training Institute. The invoice is on it's not numbered, you know, but you can find the invoice. Council made a payment of 1,279,036 kwacha and 35 for being payment for tuition, lodging, and the user fees for 149 students. In June, on 15th June 2022. That was before the guidelines from Ministry of Local Government to pay for lodging and other user fees. Because as pay, if I take you to page 1, your explanation is that the introduction of payment of other school requirements coupled with sensitization has resulted in increasing enrollment on the building. No, the first one, cause of query. The other school requirements were to be financed by the students themselves, of which they failed to meet, hence resulted into them not reporting to their respective institutions. But Lukasha received lodging fees. Lukasha received user fees, as well as tuition fees, as detailed in this invoice. So why the students did not report to this institution, and yet government paid for all the requirements?
Council Secretary, in your submission, you alluded to the fact that at that time, most of the students didn't go there because they could not raise the funds for other needs at the institution. But at the same time, you paid these fees yourself.
Thank you very much, Chair. Initially, when the program started, we were just requested to pay for tuition only. But later on, after most people thought that, CDF is there for full sponsorship, then it's like they started withdrawing because the other school requirements were a bit on the higher side. So that's how we engaged the ministry, and they gave us guidance that we should extend the payments to other requirements like boarding, lodging, meals, etc.
So that secret didn't just come to Mungu, it was countrywide from the ministry. All the local authorities were given. But the first question I think my colleague asked was, when did you get the instructions that you should now start paying for those? Because what you are seeing is like you paid before the instructions, isn't it, Dr. Maza? The payment was done before the instruction from the ministry. So why did you pay that before the instruction? And at the same time, you turn around and say, no, they are unable to go there because you didn't pay. Because there is need for those user fees.
Thank you very much, Chair. The invoice that is being referred to, of course, is in the tune of 1.2. That had included lodging and user fees. But the payment which was effected is on the following page, which was less, which was excluding other things that were not by then cleared.
So how do you believe?
So what we paid, Chair, is 960,000 1,122 on the following.
Secretary, you are the one that submitted this invoice to this committee, isn't it?
Yes.
So why did you submit it? If what you paid is the correct one, is this one, the 900, which tallies with the query, then why do you have this invoice here?
Thank you very much, Chair. Even when this committee takes that you paid the 960, it doesn't mean that maybe the reason why you paid the 960, there are some who didn't report, but in terms of lodging, they are lodging. Even here, this 960, Chair, there is tuition, lodging, and so forth. So the question which is there is, why did you pay lodging that was not part of the instructions that the ministry gave you? That's the question which is coming from Dr. Mwanza. Because when you look at this invoice, it is even including lodging, which was not part and parcel of that facility by then. That's the question. Chair, I submit.
Secretary?
Chair, what we paid is exactly according to what was obtaining as at that time. But then, Lukasha Trades, what they were doing is, they were just invoicing the four requirements. They were invoicing according to the total requirements per each student. But after engaging the ministry and we obtained that clearance letter, that's when we later on started extending the payments to lodging, boarding, and other school requirements. I thank you, Chair.
Chair, Mongwi Mutelo, Mishek is my name. You know we are listening both on radio and TV. No wonder your committee at first asked a question to say, when did you receive the instructions? Because that could be answering what we are going to circles. Your response, I heard you saying, I'm not too sure. So whom do you want to be sure? We were asking you, when did you receive the instructions? That would help us to rest this issue. I will again repeat the same question. You did receive instructions, the guidelines, yes or no?
We did, sir.
When? And where are those guidelines? That's the position you are putting yourselves deliberately.
So do you have a letter for the instruction?
Chair, we would not availed the letter.
But you said it's when? End of this invoice is for June 2022, which you paid everything. It's for June 2022, and the instructions came end of 2022. Yes, Honorable Gamanda.
Like Honorable Mutelo has said, if they had availed to this committee the instructions and when they received the instructions, I think we couldn't have gone this far. However, I've come to understand myself the reasons actually Mungwi Council has given, because on the first paper, the tax invoice, they saved them all the requirements that were required, including actually what they have actually described here. They are saying, this is Lukasha Training or Management Board, which was actually telling them that the students that you have sent here, the tuition fees, lodging, and user fees, the total amount that they are supposed to pay is 1,279,35 kwacha. Yes. Now, let alone, if you look at the dates, this one was done on the 15th of June.
Are you asking a question or doing what?
Yes. Then secondly, they prepared another invoice, which is reading 960,000 kwacha. And yeah. So, meaning that the first one, according to the explanation, is what the institution was asking them to pay. However, they had not yet received instructions to that effect, that they should pay for tuition and other things. So they just told them, okay, if that is the case, then the amount of money that you are supposed to pay is 960 kwacha. Is that the position?
Indeed, Chair, that's the position.
Yes,
What did you pay for? That's the position, we agree. You paid for what?
We paid only for tuition.
For tuition.
Yes, sir.
Now when you knock out 1, 2, less 960, that would be for the boarding, eh? It would be equivalent for the boarding against the total number of the students. Mongwi.
Council Secretary. What do you get?
If you calculate it.
You can...
318.
Thank you very much, Honorable. But I wanted them to...
How much is that, Council Secretary?
Then how much was
Treasurer.
that pay per student?
Chair, I wish to invite the treasurer to shed more light.
Treasurer.
Treasurer, we are laymen.
Thank you, Chair. As what the Council Secretary has said, initially we received the invoice of 1,279,000, including everything.
We are done
Yes.
with that. We are asking the difference.
The difference?
Yes. Was that equal to the to accommodation, the other user fees? The difference.
The difference was for user fees.
Yes, but what you are saying is it, because there are three components: the user fees, lodging, and fees. So what you paid is only fees. So the lodging and the other user fees, is that the amount?
I would love to calculate it so that I give the exact amount, because the difference, that's what because we had to engage the principal, the accountants. Then
Okay, let's make it simple. How much was the charge for lodging per student?
Maybe, Chair, we help them find the difference. The difference is 318,913. That is when you knock out 961.22 from 1.279035. The difference is 318,913. So now maybe you can answer the question from the chair: how much was per student lodging? Because there are about 149 students.
So 149 students into 300 kwacha.
It's 2.14.
You have another? Okay, auditors, have you taken note of that?
Yes, Chair, we've taken note.
Please take note of that. We can move to another.
Yes, sir.
It's Honorable Sumumba, then Honorable Mwanza, and the Honorable Sumumba.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I would want to take you to...
Oh, yeah. Okay. Honorable Sumumba, you can switch off your mic. It's allowed, Honorable Sumumba.
Yeah, thank you. Chair, I'm very grateful, but it's more of a general question, but related to skills centers. I wanted to know whether, as a local authority, you have started appreciating this gesture by government paying for students to take up skills training. Are we able to see these students who have graduated from various institutions in Mungwi contributing to the economy of the district? Maybe by giving them contracts. So in short, are we seeing them contributing to the economy of Mungwi? Thank you, Chair.
Council Secretary, is there any value in sending these children?
Thank you very much, Chair. The value is actually immense. First and foremost, these contractors that are getting contracts from CDF, we are actually encouraging them to get the graduates that are being sponsored by CDF. At the same time, we are also encouraging the same youths that are graduating through CDF to form their own companies so that they can also participate in the projects that are being rolled out through CDF. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. And then Honorable Mwanza on the same.
Would you cite or maybe give me the companies that have been formed and those that you have given contracts to? Thank you.
Nobody has allowed you to talk. Council Secretary.
Chair, at the moment I'm not able to provide that information. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mwanza.
In accordance with the CDF guidelines, Council is supposed to give financial quarterly reports on the progress of all sectors of CDF programs, right? No. So I take you to appendix number 1, which is the last pages, the last page of appendix number 1. Project ledgers. CDF 2022 project ledgers. So a project ledger, the 2022 project ledger was prepared on 29 November 2023 to account for funds that were received from the Ministry of Finance. I think the first was 1st April 2022. The first column shows date and the detail of the transaction. So on 1st April 2022, you received some money from Ministry of Finance to the tune of 3,814,654. You prepared the ledger, the project ledger for this credit. After 1 year and some months, you received this money on 1st April, and the ledger is prepared on 29th of November 2023. Even the second page, on the same date of the 1st of April 2022, you received some funding from Ministry of Finance. I don't know, it was done twice in a day through DIDAC, and the funding was 1,075,000. For this particular funding, on the same day, you received 2 funding from Minister of Finance. Then you prepared the project ledger for the 1 million on the 30th of December 2022, according to your ledger details. My question is, do you prepare financial statements, quarterly financial statements as per CDF guidelines? And why these ledger, money is received on the same date, prepared on different dates. Was it in preparation for the audit that was coming? Even though audit was coming, why prepare on a different dates?
Secretary.
Thank you very much, Chair. We do provide the we do prepare financial statements on a quarterly basis. The transactions being referred to, they've been posted according to allocations. Like for instance, the 1,075,000 is part of the proportion for CDF that has been reserved for secondary boarding and the bursary. So this is just the written up as a control measure so that we keep on tracking how much we are spending towards the same secondary boarding and the skills bursary. I thank you, Chair.
Secretary, is that Honorable Manza, that explanation? Chair. Yes, Honorable.
The question from Dr. Mwanza is very straight. There are two transactions. You received some funds from the ministry on the same day, on the 1st April 2022. Now, if you received the same amount, why do we have the money you received at the same date? Why did you have different dates of preparing the ledgers? That's the question. Chair, submit.
Maybe in addition, Council Secretary, when do you prepare the ledgers as management? Is it before you receive or when you receive, or what happens? And after, in addition, after I've received the money, if you receive the money today, how long should it take you to prepare a ledger?
Thank you, Chair. Ledgers are prepared as soon as the monies are received.
Thank you.
The reason why we have two ledgers here is because we've apportioned them according to the programs. Like for instance, the first one is on skills development bursary. So we've posted the allocation for skills development component. And then the second one is on secondary boarding bursary. We have two ledgers. The reason is because we don't want to overspend on either of them. And then after the transactions have been posted, there's a time when we prepare financial statements, then we have to close the ledger for posting.
Did I hear you saying as soon as you receive the money, you prepare the ledger?
That's what I said.
So from April up to November is soon.
Chair, I was referring to
I'm just asking that question. So now the ledgers here indicating November and December, and the money received in April. That's why I asked you, when do you do that? You said immediately. So from April to November, is that immediately? Do you know, Council Secretary, that this money, government is sending this money for you to deliver service? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
That when the money is sent to you because the government wants you to deliver service. That's what I'm asking. From April up to November, December, that's when you produce these ledgers. In between, what is happening? Yes, Honorable.
Yeah. The CS has stated to say the reason why they prepared two ledgers because they had to apportion the money to different categories. So now I want to take you, CS. What category was this 3.8? Check, you can just read yourself. What category is that? It was under bursary and what? Secondary school and skills. And again, what category was 1.75 thousand? Mike. It was secondary what?
Bursaries
And
and skills development.
is there any difference?
So how many categories do you have there?
Do we have two categories there, or we have got only one?
Chair, allow me to invite the treasurer to clarify.
Treasurer, is that the position? What the CS said?
Yes, sir. I would love to explain, to respond. Chair, like in the audit, they have indicated the number of secondary that we budgeted for, also the number of students that we budgeted for. So we had to break down so that we are tracking the expenditure toward the secondary school only, and also the payment that we are making to skills institutions. So hence having two ledgers, but they are in one component as secondary and the skills development. I submit, Chair.
So all these two monies you received, close to 5 million, was just for bursaries and secondary schools, according to the ledger.
Chair, the allocation, the annual allocation for CDF component.
No, sir, I'm asking about these two figures. That's all. I'm saying these two figures, everything is used for secondary and the skills.
Yes, yes, sir. The 1.1 and the 3 is the total is coming to 4.6 as allocation for
So I'm
2022.
saying almost 5 million.
Yes.
Yes, Honorable. Yes.
Actually, I'm interested in these two ledgers. I wanted to find out from Mungwi Council. You have told actually this committee that when you received these monies, which were almost the same, but you decided to split them into two. One goes to secondary bursaries and another one to skills. And you have told us actually how the monies were spent. Now, after you have actually done this, do you prepare a comprehensive ledger which would also show the other components? And how often do you prepare that, if you do?
Conservator.
Chair, allow me to invite the treasurer.
Treasurer.
Thank you, Chair. We prepare monthly because every month we send the returns to the ministry. So every month we do the returns. I submit.
Yes.
When you prepare, do you also avail the quarterly spending to the office of the Member of Parliament so that he's aware also on how much has been spent and the progress that you've made?
We do, sir.
Yes.
Chair, we want to get some clarity. When you look at this 3.8140, as I've stated to say this was for secondary school bar skills. Now, I want to find out, when you look at the variation order, Chair, that happened on 2nd November 2023, they spent, there is this
2.6, eh?
yes, 2.6 for what? Procurement of police vehicles, service of ambulance, procurement of genset, and service of council vehicle. So now, Chair, the council vehicle now can be serviced by the CDF money. I want to find out if this is one of the guidelines from you, Mungwi, that you can use CDF to service your vehicles, which are council vehicles. I submit, Chair.
When you look at the same figures, this particular variation order has gobbled more money than these coverings that you are putting here schools, secondary schools. If you look at the amount that you have taken just on the variation order. So, Treasurer, we want you to give us the information that will satisfy this committee, because councils, we know the appetite that you have for this money. Can you respond to the question from the Honourable Member of Parliament for Nakonde? Council Secretary.
Thank you very much, Chair. First and foremost, we requested for authority to have the council vehicle serviced under CDF, because by then we did not have a vehicle to undertake, CDF projects. So
requested from who?
From the province, from the provincial CDF committee, through the CDF committee.
You have that letter, the request and the response. Give us those two documents for the same. Do you have the document or you don't have it?
Chair, the document is there. Kindly, if you can refer to Appendix 9.
Appendix 9?
Yes.
What's this? Guidance on financial institutions by local government. Is that the one you're talking about?
No, the notification of approval of CDF fund. This is from the provincial office, signed by provincial law government officer, Northern Province.
Which one is that?
Appendix 9, yes, 9.1. Appendix 9, the last page.
Okay. Dr. Manzo?
I think what Chair asked is, we want to see your application to the Mungwi CDFC committee and the minutes that approved, because you don't apply direct to provincial constituency committee. These monies belong to Mungwi Council, Mungwi Malole constituency. So there should have been minutes through your request to use part of the funds to repair vehicles that are non-CDF oriented. So this is not, there's no proof here.
And again, Chair, on the same.
You can read your letter, Chair.
Chair, when you look at the proposed projects, I'm there. There is the repair of the vehicle, 150,000. Again, repair of Nissan. Here, they haven't stated the vehicle which they are repairing. They have just said repair of the vehicle, which is 150,000. Now, here they have stated now the vehicle which they are repairing. Repair of Nissan hardboard, 130. How many vehicles did you repair? Did you just repair one?
I think there are about 3, eh?
There is even an ambulance,
For
Land Cruiser.
yes.
So now, from your council, how many vehicles did you repair? Did you repair one, which is a Nissan hardbody, or you repaired two? CS.
Thank you very much, Chair. For the sake of credit, Chair, if I may draw the House to the approved letter of authority, which is indicating what was conveyed back to the local authority. Number one is showing rehabilitation of bores, which is 87,140. Number two, procurement of bunker beds, 150,000. Then number three, repair of referral vehicles, that is for the ambulances, that is under Ministry of Health. Then number four, repair of local authority vehicle, which is 130. So that one indicates the number of vehicles that are supposed to be worked on. For the local authority, it's on one.
And the payments are how many? The payments are how many?
The payments are supposed to be as indicated on the conveyancing, the letter of conveyancing. Because, of course, what I think the Honorable is referring to is what we requested, what we applied for. And not everything that we applied for was approved.
Yes.
Chair, when you look at, I don't know if you have this,
The total amount.
the proposed projects, something like this.
Yes,
you
yes,
have.
I do.
And when you look at the estimated cost projects, it's equivalent to what they applied,
Yes.
which means here, number 5, Mungu Central, repair of vehicle. Are you there, Chair?
Yes, I am.
Again, number 5.2, repair, first number 5, repair of a vehicle, 150,000 kwacha. Number 5.1, repair of a referral, which is an ambulance, we're not there. And now 5.2, repair of a Nissan hardbody, which is 130. And these chairs, these amounts, Chair, they used. So that's why I had to ask, how many vehicles did you repair? And the answer is 1. So where did the other, this money 150 go?
Council Secretary, on the conveyance, there are same amount is there, isn't it? 2.623.
Yes.
So if you are subtracting, you are saying the other 150 is not there. Then how much did you use?
Thank you, Chair. The first one, which is reading repair of vehicle, it's not supposed to have a figure there. It's supposed to be a subheading.
So we are reading a report. There is a figure on your report.
Apologies.
So what we are following is this one. So we can go down to say, no, can you have the receipts of all these repairments?
Okay.
So that we add up and see if we arrive at 2.623. Because what you are seeing here, this report, before you came here, all of you with management, you went through this report and you knew this one is not supposed to be there. But to us, it's supposed to be there, because when you look at the amounts that you requested, it's the amount that you got. And the Council Secretary and your management, the ministry or local government, provincial government officer, the provincial office approved this amount, 2.6, based on your request, based on the proposals that you sent as proposed projects. So at which stage did one project disappear? You request, we want 5, and they grant you 5. And you come to the other side here, say, no, they are not 5, they are 2. And we are asking you, we are reading 5 that you asked from the province, and the province granted you 5. And they are still here, but you want to say, no, that one doesn't exist. From where? At which point? So then you give us the receipts of all these repayments, all the expenses that you made. We want to see where that 150 is, where it is sitting. On the same, next question. Auditor General, take note of that query. Next question.
Chair, with your permission, can I make a clarification?
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. If you add the total figures there and exclude the 150, which I'm saying it's not supposed to be there, the figure is coming to 2,623,000. And there's a confirmation on another conveyance, which is, I think, which is on Appendix 9.
Okay, fine, if that's the case. But you had an opportunity to sit with the auditors. Why didn't you discuss so that it doesn't appear here? Why didn't you submit that to them? Because the fact that it's appearing here, it means outstanding. And we have to critique it from here. You had an opportunity with the auditors. Honorable Mwanza.
Let's take the committee to page 2 of the main report.
Let's move to page 2.
The grants empowerment. The query is that council disbursed 120,000 kwacha to 5 registered clubs. The names of these clubs are in the table 1, and registered groups. The reason that the council forwarded is that at the time of audit, the certificates of registration for the mentioned clubs were misfiled. The application forms were held in multiple storage areas, resulting in the certificate on the affected files not being availed timely. My question is, these 5 clubs, when the auditors were there, they discovered that they did not have certificates of registration. Why couldn't the council use other means to retrieve these registration certificates? Your reason here, you are saying they are misfiled. But to prove that a club is registered, there are several ways. One, just even from the cooperative, from the name of the cooperative, you are able to search PACRA. Depends on the issuing agency. You can search through PACRA or cooperative society. And then with keen interest, I looked at the certificates that you have availed now. Most of the, three of those certificates are issued by the council itself. So was it difficult to get to prove that these cooperatives, these clubs, they are registered, so we did not illegally give the grants, I mean the empowerment funds? What was the reason for you not to avail these registration certificates to the auditors? Because there are several ways that you could avail, even just calling the names, calling the club owners even, because the application form has details of contact details of the club owners. So when an auditor is there and is requesting for a registration certificate for that particular club which you already disbursed funds, you could have called the club owners to avail. Why didn't you do that?
Council Secretary, you may answer that one, I'm sure. I can see also there are some follow-up questions. However, first, maybe before we have the follow-up questions, you can answer that query.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think I must admit that it was just an omission. Otherwise, other means of confirming that the clubs were registered were supposed to be explored. I submit, Chair.
And just that on that one, how many days were the auditors in your council? Was it 1 day, 2 days, or 3 days? You can just answer that one, in addition to what the Honorable has asked. Or maybe before you answer that one, Honorable Mone, then Honorable Simumba.
Thank you so much, Chair. On top of that, CS, what then did you base your payments to these clubs on? What was your basis, since there was no documentation of these clubs? I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Simumba.
Chair, my worry is there were 83 applications. And out of 83, only 5 were misfound. The other 78 were not misfound. I would want to ask, why didn't you also misfile the other 78 which were there? You only misfiled the 5. Why didn't you do so? Because, Chair, it could have been better when all the 83 were misfiled. Now they had to select which one to misfile. Why didn't you misfile also the other 78? Chair, submit.
Thank you. CS, you can just give us some clarity on the occurrence. How did it happen in that manner?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. The procedure is that once the club is registered and they apply for funding from CDF, we normally put copies of registration on the respective files. So even at the time when the payments are effected, finance, they normally demand for an original copy to confirm that the club or a cooperative is duly registered. So in that process, and that's how the misfiling came about. I submit, Chair.
Misfiling. Oh, sorry, Chair. Yes, Honorable.
Maybe I need to be guided. The time of audit, these 5 certificates were misfiled. Misfiled, the reason you are giving is that they were in the application forms were held in multiple storage areas, resulting in the certificate on the affected files not being availed timely. We are just talking about 83 applications. We're just talking about 83 applications, and they were filed in multiple areas. And the reason is that the certificate could not be availed because it was misfiled. The way I understand the word misfiling, it means that the certificate was there. But instead of this certificate being in application A, it is in Z. So out of 83, definitely the files, the certificates were there, because from this word misfiled, they were not missing. Why you could not? And 33 is not a big number for auditors who have come to be at your place maybe for 3, 4, 5 days. It is not a big number. How special are these groups? Who do they belong to? These 5 groups.
Chair, the scenario that you have explained is what was obtaining. It's not that the clubs were not registered. Or what was not being availed are the registration certificates, because they were not produced at the time when the auditors requested for them. Those are the filing, Chair.
So you're saying you, according to the certificates, you have the department, Council Secretary. All these members, they have constituencies, they have districts. you will not have one file in your office, the other file in the director's office, in the treasurer. You have a file in one office. You have files, those files for the cooperatives in one office. If I ask you even any question, maybe files for the plots, 1 to Z or whatever, can some files be found in your office? I'm just asking, can some 5 files, can they be in your office?
They can, Chair.
They can?
They can be found.
Why?
As backup.
So you're implying that you, even your files that are supposed to be in your office, they can be in another office. That's what you're implying. You must have a problem. There is no manager that will speak like that. I'm meeting for the first time. This is Mungwi, and this is the first time I'm getting responses from you. From the time you started, I could see that. You can't answer like that. That files can be anywhere. So if somebody walks into Mungu today, they want to see what the DPO is doing, he can come to your office to look for those files. That's what you're implying.
Not really, Chair.
No, that's what you're implying. You're saying they can be anywhere.
No, I actually meant the provision of backup.
It's actually a rude answer.
Apologies, sir.
You have no regard for this committee. This is Parliament.
Apologies, sir.
Doesn't matter how much you know. Here you have rules. And only rules will apply. Your employers are watching you. Even when you're addressing like that. Should we know that we didn't come to fight here?
Chair, I think this issue of file resurfacing.
Me, I'll not take that.
Yes, because I asked a question earlier to say there were about 83 applications, Chair. Why didn't they misfile even the remaining? But only 5.
We'll make a recommendations that's the way he wants to run his local authority.
Thank you.
Thank
you very much, Chair.
Honorable Kamondo.
Yes, I want to take you to the unspent funds. We can make
on page what?
Failure to spend, I think. Failure to spend on page 6.
On page 6 of your report, Council Secretary.
On the projects that, on the action taken, it reads, and you are saying, management wishes to report that a total of 10 projects have been completed, leaving about 5 outstanding projects still under implementation as shown in the status report of the project bureau. I take note of project number 7, completion of Mukaka Bridge. Also number 9,
number 7,
supply and delivery of water drilling machines, that is the rig.
Yes.
Number 11, supply and delivery of 35 hospital beds, rather mattresses and beddings. Yes, those that have 0 up to the 14th one, including actually the 12th one, which is at 40%. I wanted to find out from Mungwi Council, why is it that all these projects, up to now, they are at 0%, and only one maybe is at 40% if we were to, of course it has not made any tremendous progress. Why is it that we are moving at this pace? What could be the hindering progress? What could be the hindering thing which is actually leading to this non-performance of this project?
2022. Honorable Mutero.
Chair, just to augment, yes. Why would you want people to look at you and your team as officers who do not want to implement government projects. Why would you want people to look at you to say you are standing in the road of development? Why? If these are 2022 projects and they are at zero, money you have. I'm being corrected, Chair, through you. 2021. 0%. Why? Now, let me not say people. Why are you standing in the road of development?
Sabotage.
Are you getting that word? The word that is coming now, sabotage. Why would you want people to think you are sabotaging government? Why? 2021, 2022 projects at zero.
Honorable Smomba.
Chair, I'm a bit touched because I was at Mungwi secondary school and I know the area very well. Now when you look at project number 11,
11?
Yes, supply and delivery of 35 hospital beds.
35 beds.
35.
Hospital beds.
Hospital beds.
0.
From 2022, the Mongwi people, they don't have these beds at the hospital, and the money is available, and you haven't delivered. Chair, I would want to find out if these beds are coming from China or they're coming from Dubai where the ship hasn't docked. The 35 specific for this hospital, because I know how people pass through there in Mungwi. Where are you ordering these beds from? Are they coming from abroad together with the leather mattresses, or they're coming within our country, Zambia? Chair,
And Secretary, and what is the procurement officer? Do you have the procurement officer here?
It is not available.
Why? Why didn't he come? Or why didn't she come?
Maybe we looked at the nature of the queries.
That can't stand. You have a letter from the ministry, which we have as well, on the officers that are supposed to appear before the committee. You have the instruction, you have the guidance of the officers, key officers that are supposed to come. So if you are saying maybe he was irrelevant or she was irrelevant, can you answer on the procurement of these beds?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to invite the Director of Works to explain.
The Director of Works, where are you getting these beds from? Yes.
Chair, you have asked a very pertinent question. The absence of the internal auditor.
Procurement officer.
I mean procurement officer. Look at the concerns CS from my colleague here, Honorable Kamondo. You may have the capacity to answer, but the question is, are you the right person to answer? Okay? Why not follow simple instructions because a letter was written to you, CS. And I think this is why now we have all these challenges in Mungwi, where people are not receiving the services and goods on time. Those services and goods that are supposed to go to the people will not come as long as we do not look at what is required to be done at a particular time. So, Chair, I think for me, when you say, why do you want to stand, or why do you want to be an obstacle of development in Mungwi, this is one typical reason. A letter is written, a guideline is given, like the CDF guidelines are given, and then management decide to select who to bring to answer before this House. I think I should make that comment.
Thank you. I'm sure that officer could be watching or listening, and he knows exactly why he has been left or she has been left Council Secretary, I've just spoken that from your responses right from the beginning, we meet a lot of people, so no. So all these problems are emanating from you to start with. And local government, are you taking note of your officer here? Should take note of your officer. He's sitting on development himself. His team, you can't be at zero. I want to hear where they are getting the beds for actually, like passionately, my colleague has asked it because he has been to that place and he sees how people are spending nights on the floor. And the money is there, and you have officers that are going to stand on the way of development, the way to lift up the lives of the people, the way that is going to help our people. Where are you getting the beds, sir?
Chair, the supply is getting the beds from abroad, out of Zambia.
Out of Zambia? Yes. What's, yes, sir.
I think Honorable Smumba was correct when he was assuming that, or when he was asking whether these beds are coming from overseas. What special specification did the ministry give you? Because specifications should come from the end user. Now, what specifications did the Ministry of Health give you as a local authority that prompted you to engage a person who is getting these services and goods from overseas? 35 beds only. How much are you paying for shipment? How much are you paying just for that? Surely, is that, if we asked value for money, would you surely tell me that there was value for money for you to allow such a transaction where you go overseas to go and procure bed and 35 beds for? I just wanted to know the specification, Chair, which could not be found
maybe before we
internally.
Before we proceed, actually, Director of Works, you should, are you Director of Works? You are not a procurement officer?
No, Chair.
So don't answer, let the CS answer. Okay? Because these questions, the procurement officer is supposed to be giving us all those details. CS, any query to do with the procurement officer, I want you to answer. Yes, sir.
Chair, the CS delegated. We wanted the Director of Works. 36 beds, 35 mattresses and beds from overseas. At how much, Director of Works? At how much? Look at your table. At how much? How much money is that?
This is 244,000.
244,000. Are you able to ship 244? Are you able to ship 35 beds out of 244,000?
Yeah, that's.
Is it true that you 35 beds at 254? You procure them, you ship them, whatever language, landed 244. Is it true? Those who do clearing, is this true? No wonder this is at zero.
Yes.
The guidelines are that you should start with local suppliers and contractors. Why would you, number one, leave Mungwi, your province, your country, and you go abroad?
There is a question one of those members asked, what specifications on these special beds they have?
Even if that question comes, will it be equitable to the amount?
Yeah, maybe they have been swindled this month. They are not just telling the committee the truth. Because when I look at the amount and how much the freight is from whatever abroad, which country is that, sir? I would want to know the country, so that we give you the specification of how much freight is from that particular country to here. Which country is that where we are buying?
The supplier indicated that he's getting the 35 beds from China.
Chair, a freight from China to here is about $9,500.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know if we convert this to 244, 350 is how much. So they are not telling the committee that
more than this.
It's more than this amount.
Yes.
They need to tell us how much the bed is.
So basically, like one of them has put it, that's why it's at 0. Because that's less than a flight. So give us the contract, give us the detail, the documents for this contract. We need those documents. No, when you say you write, you give us now. You must have them. Know this. Yes. Can you give us the documents, Council Secretary?
I'm one of those who strongly believe that Mungwi Council has been swindled. If maybe CS, just allay my fears that you've not been swindled. When did you last speak to the supplier of these beds? When was the last time you got in touch with him?
What was the assurance?
And what was the assurance, indeed?
Council Secretary.
Thank you very much, Chair. Director Wicks, may come in.
Director Wicks, when was the last time you spoke to him and the assurance?
The last time we spoke to the supplier was 2 weeks ago. He mentioned that the beds are actually in transit.
When are they supposed to be in Zambia? But by and large, you want the documentation to do with this contract. Because we want to see even how much freight is going to pay. Can you avail those documents? Do you have the documents?
Unfortunately, Chair, those documents were not attached or we didn't come with them specifically for the same contract.
Yes, sir.
Maybe they can also clear our thoughts about the construction of Chewe, Lule Health Center. Chair, which again, there is a budget there. 1.252, 438. And the people of Chewe, particularly in Mungwi, they are looking to this facility from 2022 up to date. When they talk, Chair, about 40%, it means maybe it's just at window level.
Or below
window level. And the money is there. What is the problem with this Chewe Lulo Health Center? We want to know the problem. Do you have any external forces that maybe are controlling Mungwi apart from yourself? That you can deprive the people of Mungwi this very important facility, the Rural Health Center. I know why I'm talking about Mungwi because I've been there. And if people talk about this Rural Health Center, they're even insulting maybe the area member of parliament, that side. Why is this at 40%? Chair, submit.
Thank you. Honorable Commander.
Yeah, on the same Chewe Rural Health Center, the proposed date of maybe the completion was supposed to be maybe on the 31st of January 2024. According to what I have here, that is the information which is here. Now, this project is still at 40%. How possible? And what is the date today? The date today is February, I'm sure. 7th? Yes. What could be the current status? Is it still at 40%? Or maybe there has been some improvement? Because, and also I wanted to know, how much so far has been paid to this project, which is costing about 1,252,000, the Chewe Rural Health Post?
Yes. Just take note, Council Secretary, of the question.
Chair, it's sad that a lot of our electorates think that members of parliament actually do nothing to develop this country. You agree with me that the subject matter is in a constituency called Malole, where our brother has been sick for some time.
Yeah.
So is it true that you have overlooked Malole because the MP is not there currently? Someone is nursing himself, and without him, or can I conclude that with all the resources given to local authorities like Mungwi, without an MP, without an MP, a local authority actually cannot develop an area, because you are the one who are charged with the responsibility of implementing projects. Money is there, yes, our brother is sick, but you are there, and you are failing to deliver to an extent where surely you have 0% in terms of
Self-delivery.
self-delivery.
Council Secretary?
Thank you, Chair. Director Works coming, please.
Director Works, you should resist that temptation of holding two positions. Should resist that temptation. Or we also know that it's a cartel. Go ahead.
Chair, it's just unfortunate that the procurement officer is not here, so...
Yeah, but you're not trained as a procurement officer. Yes.
He says it's very unfortunate that the procurement officer is here. Is he saying that he cannot give us the answers and we need to call the procurement officer to come and answer these queries? Because there are so many of them, and we have not finished. We have just started, and we have tabled only 2. Is he going to be, can he give us a good position, whether he's going to answer or not?
He will answer. Director of Works, go ahead.
Chair, on the progress for Chewe, why it was indicated at 40% was that I think at the time we were preparing this report, the contractor had challenges accessing site. There was a mention of the completion date. Of course, the original completion date was supposed to be 31st of January 2024, but we're in the process of extending the contract time because of the access to site. It's a challenge. I think several occasions, him taking materials to site has been
When did you
a problem.
award this contract? When did you award it? When did you award this particular contract?
The contract sign date was on 17th October 2023.
17th October when?
2023, Chair.
2023. Yes, Honorable Mutero, then Honorable.
Chair, I don't know how far. I'm sorry, I would do look like still repeating the same thing. You have told your committee to say these beds are on the way coming. Look at your report again. What else are you seeing where you are saying that beds? What else is there? The same report on the beds. They said 5 beds. The same quorum. What other things are there?
We have 35 beds, Lexim mattresses,
Okay.
and beddings.
Still in the 244. And you want us to believe, okay, even the mattresses are coming from China. Director of Works, are they coming from China, the mattresses?
Yes, Director of Works.
The Lexim mattresses, I think, will be procured
You
locally.
think?
Sorry.
This is one
Contract.
component. are these mattresses also coming from China? It's one contract to one supplier. And things are on the way. I'm interested. Even the mattresses are on the way.
From the last conversation we had with the supplier, he said everything is on the way.
In that amount.
Yes.
How much is a mattress locally? Serious. How much is a mattress, even just locally? How much?
Chair, the mattresses being referred to are for the delivery, they are delivery mattresses.
Yeah, but how
Yes,
much
how
are they?
much?
We have them.
I don't know in terms of cost.
No
but I'm
wonder now we are
sure they
saying
should be
we left
available.
to the procurement officer.
They should be
deliver
available.
it.
They should be available within the
Yes.
country. Yes.
But mattresses and beds, 244. Is it true? And you are still insisting, yes, those things are on the way coming.
And the beddings.
Is it true? Yes, is it true? 244. You still want your committee to agree to say these things are being shipped, they are on their way.
Chair, that's the feedback I got through the Director Works.
Is it true?
Director Works, in addition, sorry to interrupt you, Honorable. In addition, whilst you are responding to him, if it's true, do you have specific specifications different from the normal beds that we see around for those beds that you are importing from China? As you respond to Honorable Mute.
The specifications for the beds, the mattresses, and the beddings were given to us by the user department, which is Ministry of
No,
Health.
sir, you're not answering my question. I'm asking you, do you have specific specifications on the beds? Or they are just ordinary beds that we see in hospitals? Because we want to see the appetite of you trying to get those things from China. Do you have special specifications on them?
I think the specifications for the beds themselves were given to us by the Ministry of
No,
of
sir, I'm
Health.
asking if you have them, because that's my interest. You have
To help the chairperson, they were given to you, yes or no?
Yes, they were.
Where are they?
Unfortunately, we didn't attach the
So do you
specifications
have
for the
them or
beds.
not?
We have them.
Where are they?
That's what I'm saying. That we didn't attach those specifications.
So just be clear with us. Do you have them now?
No, we don't.
Yes. So why are you taking round and round?
But on just on that, if we call the procurement officer, can he or send that copy of the specifications? Because if you have them at the office, somebody can easily send them. Even per WhatsApp, we see them.
Yes, I'm sure he would send them.
So we send you outside. You call that person to send them now.
If the committee feels that we need to see the specifications, I can contact the procurement.
I'm just
officer
talking to you now. Again, you're still saying if it feels. And the internal auditor, you saw these transactions.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think on the audit part, those are just want to apologize because of those unforeseen fluctuations. I think at the time we did not really know where the supplier was getting the materials. So I think that was an error on our part. I submit.
Yes, Honorable.
Chair, I don't know, only the project number 14 also, they are telling this committee that it is at 0. Again, it will be advisable. It will be project number 14. You have seen it, Chair. Construction of 1x2 classroom block at Muombo Community.
Phase 2.
Phase 2.
When is at 0?
The amount.
The amount to be advised.
They are going to tell us. I don't know when. they will tell us this. And this was approved, Chair.
What kind of project is that?
I don't know the type of council treasurer. Was this project budgeted for? And if it was budgeted for, how much was it? Because here it is at 0%. Are you still also importing the same?
Importing the school.
Thank you, Chair. The Director of Works, can a project in phase 2 be at 0? Director of Works.
Chair, for...
Can a project in phase 2 be at 0?
It's currently at 0%.
No.
How possible? If it is in phase
2. Get the question nicely.
Can a project which is, yes, you have phase 1 done, you are going to phase 2, then it is 0.
Yeah, it can't be at 0%.
Exactly.
And can you
Director, have you heard what the CS has said?
Yes, sir.
And you are the Director of Works.
That's your field.
I will repeat, that's your field. Can a project which is in phase 2 be at 0?
No, it can't.
Why were you daring to give the straightforward answer? Are you a competent Director of Works?
Yes, I am, but if I can explain, Chair. I don't know if you can allow me.
Please, let me allow you to do that.
Okay. So phase 1 of this project, we only completed it some 2 months ago. So why we indicated that the project is still at 0% is that it's still a procurement stage. The area in question is a flood-prone area. So even just the completion of phase 1 was a challenge for the council. Now that we completed the phase 1, we want to go into phase 2, and that's why the project...
Do you know that you are misleading the committee? You know that you are misleading the committee? From what you presented to the committee and what you explaining. It's misleading.
Chair. I hear you, Director of Works. Are you seeing the project which is at 40%?
Yes, I am.
Would I be correct if you say this project is at 40% in phase 1? This project is at this percent in phase 3. There is no way a project which is in phase 2 can be at what?
0.
At 0. There's no way. There should have been some percentages there. Why? You've done some works according to you. But now, CS, do you know what your committee might be concluding? That there are no works here.
Now, members, we begin to wind up. External auditors, there is a building that we feel is not there as a committee. We strongly feel it's not there. Because they would have indicated, yes, phase 1 is at a substructure. So we are going into phase 2 is actually at 0 because you have not done anything. But phase 1 would have. But what we are reading here is to us, there is nothing. It's 0. That's what they have presented to us. Honorable Simon.
We wanted to know, because there is no even a contract sum there. Why the project is in phase 2, but there is no
Director of Works, is that the normal way of reporting where you leave? You say to be advised. Is that the normal way of doing the contracts?
No, sir.
Honorable Simon.
Chair, I'm on Appendix 5.
We want to wind up?
I think it's project number 5. The same supply and deliver of 35 beds. Sorry to take you back,
No,
but I just want you to note something there.
Yes.
On the remarks, the council awaits for delivery of goods under this project.
Yes.
The supplier has been experiencing shipment challenges as the goods in question are being sourced from overseas, particularly China. The supplier has since been given final extension time and revised delivery dates to 5th February of 2024. If the mentioned goods are not delivered by 5th of February, I think that is supposed to be 2024, it's maybe a typo, then the contract will be duly terminated. Today is what? 7th, 2 days after the date that you said it was going to be terminated. I just want to find out the current position with this supplier, since it clearly stipulates that by the 5th of February, the contract shall be terminated. What's the status quo?
Your comment, Director of Works? What's your comment on your statement?
At the time, we gave the final extension of time to the contractor to...
Sir, we have read what you have done there. So we are saying, what's your comment on what you have written
here? The contract has to be terminated, sir.
Have you started the process?
Not yet.
Because we are following what you have put down. Auditors, there is a commitment there. Honourable members, we end here. Honourable members, we seemingly will not resolve all the issues. This is 11:30 from 9:30. We want to say, Mungu Town Council, we appreciate your appearance before this committee, but want to put it on the record that your report does not meet the minimum acceptable standard of the report. You are so uncoordinated in the responses, and of course, your report is different from what you are giving us. We want to, this committee, no matter how good you are in your explanations, Director of Works, if they hire you to speak for all the officers, you will not convince this if your documentation is not right. It's documentary evidence that's where this committee is based on. And the Council Secretary want to urge you to abide by the guidance from the ministry. When the ministry says you carry all these officers, you must carry them, no matter how your relationship is between that officer. You are in charge of that local authority. You are the principal officer, and you must work with everyone. How would that person, if he is not sick or she is not sick, feel to find his colleague answering the questions that she was supposed to be answering or he was supposed to be answering? That is wrong. You are dividing your own institution. And it will speak to some extent, you know, if that one has remained as people that are on her side or on his side, they will be telling her, have you seen? Those people, even there will be allegations even on these beds that we're importing, that two of you are agreeing, you are not even involving the procurement officer, because maybe he or she was going to give specifications on the same. Or maybe she had objected and she was going to tell this committee that no, actually I was reluctant. So we decided to come with the user-friendly officer to do that. You cannot spice it. The development of Mungu depends on you, and the government has taken money there. We are with our colleague who is not feeling okay. We are with him, and we stand by his side. I wish him wishing him well, and the people are looking forward actually to this development. And they are feeling as they are watching, maybe if our representative was there, maybe was going to add something on it. But as officers, you are given the monies, the CDF is coming that side, but what you are doing is the opposite. When the president says the uptake on this CDF is very low, that's what he means. From 2022 to 2024, the project should be at zero. Even if it was your farm, yes. If it was your farm and you take the money there and you go there 2 years after you find you have not done anything, would you be happy? But because this is government, you can do anything. It's not good. When you come here, give us the information, because you should know that the nation is watching you. You should know that your people there are watching you. You should know that your employers are watching you. And when they see the shortcomings that are there, then they realize that the monies, government funds are not in safe hands. It should not be like that, because we are trained officers, technocrats. You should drive development. We depend on you. We are partners in development. But if you are not doing playing your part, then we will not see development. There are a lot of things. If you went there, I'm pretty sure that you don't have the numbers in terms of desks that are required even to be in schools by the end of this year. We'll still be reading the project for 2023 to be implemented in 2025. I know we're appearing before this committee next month. We want a well-coordinated report, and we want you to take time. I know you come to Charimbana, you camp there, but also take time as management. You sit together and then go through a report. Iron out these things. There's 150 which we don't know where that money is. But we've asked the auditors to check on it as well. So you must have your records. Those queries that you feel you can resolve with the auditors, resolve them. We don't take pride actually to go on talking to people. We just want to see what you have done and those things. But one thing for sure is true is that if you appear before this committee, then you must have a problem somewhere. Because those that have no issues, I'm sure they will not appear. But when you appear, just know that we know that you have issues. Even when you come, no matter how holy you are, when you appear before us, we know that there is a problem. Because why did you fail to resolve the issues with the auditors? So we wish you well as we withdraw, as I now withdraw the immunity that was conferred on you, and allow you to travel back to Mongwe. Thank you very much. You are free to leave.
My name is Jeff Murebwa, or to complete the first name is Jeffrey Murebwa, and I was born at Kalulu village in Chief Chiwala. I'm just turning 60 on the 20th of this month, 20th November. I went to Chiwala Primary School. That's where I started my grade 1, and I went up to grade 7. In my first year of attempting my grade 7 exams, I couldn't make it, so I went to repeat the year at Lupia Primary School. That's where I qualified from, and went to Chikola secondary school in Chingola. That's where I did all my secondary education. That is from Form 1 to Form 5. Those days we used to call them forms, not as you call them these days, the grades. So after school, basically, I had my first job at Apollo Enterprises as a purchasing clerk. Thereafter, I did a course with a college in the United Kingdom, diploma in sales and marketing management. So that was my main job for some years. And then I also now, after serving as group and sales marketing manager in Ndola, I went into pastoral work, where I've been for so many years. But may I also state that along the way I did train as a rather as a professional counselor, and I'm also a lawyer. I qualified as a lawyer in the United Kingdom, and I was married to my wife for 28 years, and unfortunately I lost her to cardiac arrest on the 17th of July 2016. I am not married yet, or I haven't remarried, because it's been very difficult to find Miss Right. My constituency happens to be Kafulafuta. Now, as I said, I was born and bred in Kafulafuta, and as I was growing up, really, Kafulafuta didn't look like it was anything that one would bother about in the years to come. We grew up in the village, doing what every other child would do in a village setup, where I would go kill some birds with catapults, then go to steal some sweet potatoes and do some uvuni, as we used to call it. So basically, I grew up not knowing that Kafulafuta was actually a very wealthy place, until in the recent years, when companies have come to invest in Kafulafuta. May I be quick to mention that one of the thriving companies in cement manufacturing, which is Dangote Industries, is actually in Kafulafuta. Then we have Handman Lime, which is one of the top lime manufacturers as well. It is in Kafulafuta. We have Nelkant group of companies. In the sense that they have the lime manufacturing side, they have the cable manufacturing side, and they also have the metal manufacturing side. Then we have another company called Shenzhou, and part of Zambezi, Portland, is actually in Kafulafuta. So Kafulafuta basically is supposed to be a very, very rich place. So over the years, I noticed that despite having all these companies set up, and despite the wealth in the constituents, the people of Kafulafuta did not benefit in any way. To start with, the employment opportunities were supposed to be given to the people of Kafulafuta, and unfortunately, very few of them have been employed by these companies. I mean by all the companies that I've mentioned. a good number of employees tend to come from town. And I know someone might say, well, maybe they are not qualified, but a good number of these people that are coming from town are doing general work, which the people of Kaflafuta can do. So I would say that because of some injustices, the people of Kaflafuta have not benefited from what is rightfully theirs. And this is something that I feel I need to have addressed at whatever cost. This must be addressed, and the people of Kaflafuta must benefit from what is rightfully theirs. I know that this might not be the right forum. No, actually it is. Yeah, it is the right forum. When it comes to the CDF, this is why I've taken a very, very firm stand that all the projects in Kaflafuta must be done by the people from Kaflafuta, except where we don't have the expertise, where we don't have people with the skills to undertake a certain project. Then we are definitely going to open up to people from outside Kaflafuta. So yeah, Kaflafuta basically at the moment economically has not benefited the local people, and this is where my passion is. I wish we had time to talk about why I came into politics. I came into politics because I noticed that despite the wealthy of the area, our people were not, benefiting from the wealth that we have. Right now, I wish to state that one of the major problems we've had in the area is the problem of road infrastructure. Kaflafuta has not been attended to for many, many years, for some decades now. And my agenda really, the first thing that I'm looking at is opening up Kaflafuta, that is the road infrastructure. So I've got an agenda which we are working at right now. Is we are going to ensure that all the feeder roads are worked at and so on. I've been in contact with ministers responsible for helping us, Honorable Garin Kombo, him being the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, and he's promised to help us where he can. I'm very much aware, I'm alive to the fact that the government does not have sufficient money to refurbish all the roads, but I've asked that we have the critical areas attended to. I've also talked to Honorable Charles Melupi, who has also been very, very magnanimous, and they've all promised that they're going to help us attend to the critical areas of our road networks. But as far as the feeder roads are concerned, this is something that I have already got a plan, I've strategized, and that is what is going to help us to put up some structures in schools, staff accommodation for teachers, putting up a health posts, because as it is now, it's a fallacy to think that we can have proper schools, because even if you want to build, there are no roads for vehicles to ferry building materials. That's how bad the situation is. So we are working towards that, and I really want the people of Kaflafuta to have their faith in me. There is nothing that I promised in the campaign that is not going to be done. We know we have water problems. There are actually 4 areas that I'm looking at. We addressing the water problem, and very soon we had some boreholes approved. About 9 boreholes have been approved, and we are moving in that direction to ensure that certain areas are helped with water. And because of the desire I have to serve, I want the people of Kaflafuta to have faith in me. I want to ensure that all the projects that we have from the CDF benefit the people of Kaflafuta, which means all the contracts in Kaflafuta are going to be handled by the people of Kaflafuta, except where we don't have the expertise. I am aware that we don't have sufficient schools. There are places I went to where my heart was really broken. I went to Chikoka, where I found pupils sitting on logs under the tree, and actually that is also in an area called Iyande. We are looking into these areas very, very seriously. So I want people to be patient. If I had been in office for 3-4 years and you see nothing happening, then I would graciously take the criticisms that people are bringing about. But as things stand, I would like people to cool their tempers and to be patient with me. And I know that the aspect of roads is something that has been talked about by many people from Kaflafuta. But my response really is, even if the people of Kaflafuta went into town, and I know they go in town, the roads are bad. It's not Murebwa who is an MP there. It's just a signal. They should learn from there that this is a national problem. It is not a Kaflafuta problem. It is a national problem which they need to give us time to work and have it fixed. So having said all that, more blessings to my Zambian fellows, and more blessings to the people of Kaflafuta.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Introductions, we will start with Office of the Auditor General.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of the committee. Good morning, Council Secretary and your team. My name is William Chibesa, Assistant Director from Office of the Auditor General. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members of the committee. Mpurungu Council, good morning. My name is Eric Imponela from Office of the Auditor General.
Good morning. My name is Luvinda Sinyani from the Planning and Research Department in the Office of the Auditor General. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, all the honorable members of the committee. Good morning, Mpurungu Town Council. My name is Asiame Kedrick, representing the Office of the Accountant General from Ministry of Finance and National Planning. You are welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members of the committee. Good morning, Mpulungu, and welcome. Robin Banda, representing the Office of the Controller of Internal Audit at Ministry of Finance and National Planning. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Welcome, Mpulungu. I'm Edwin Sirwimba
from Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development.
I encourage you to be standing so that at least people see you here.
Morning, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning once again. Good morning, CS and your team. My name is Innocent Mwemba from the Office of the Clerk.
Good morning. I'm Moses Chuva from the Office of the Clerk.
Thank you very much. I'll now invite you, Council Secretary, to introduce yourself and allow others to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Newton Sakala, Council Secretary for Mpulungu Town Council.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Pascal Ngwai, Council Treasurer.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Bizo Mpeo from Luingu Town Council, Director of Works.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Skazo Haydon, Assistant Internal Auditor.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, the August House. I'm Wilfred Mwanza, Director Planning, Mpulungu Town Council.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Kelvin Chiala, Procurement Officer.
Thank you. Do you have officers behind there? Please walk up to the mic. Can you come up to the mic? Introduce yourself.
Good morning, Chair. I'm Chitambara Joseph, Assistant Accountant.
Good morning, Chair. Jones Maipambe, Chief Accountant from Mpulungu Town Council.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Akalimba Abram, District Accountant.
Thank you. Honorable members, Honorable Simumba.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning once again. Mpulungu Town Council, you're most welcome to your committee. Honorable Simumba Lucas, Member of Parliament for Nakonde. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, our permanent witnesses, and good morning, Mpulungu Council. Lohamba Mwene, Member of Parliament for Mangango Constituency in Western Province, Kauma District. I'm a member of this committee. Welcome, thank you.
Chair, thank you so much. Mpulungu Council. Sorry, my mind is still with Mungwi. Mpulungu Council, you are most welcome to your committee. Mutelo Mishek is my name. MP for Mitete. Feel at home. Feel at home. Relax. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mwanza.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mpulungu Council. My name is Honorable Dr. Aaron Mwanza, Area Member of Parliament for Kaumbwe Constituency, Petauke District of the Eastern Province. You're most welcome to your committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, Mpulungu Council. My name is Elliot Kamondo, Member of Parliament from Fumbwe Constituency, Northwestern Province. Thank you.
Good morning, and you're welcome. I'm Singombe Edgar, representing the people of Dundumwezi in Kalomo, Southern Province. Thank you, and you're welcome once more.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mpulungu Council. Good morning, Honorable Members of Parliament. My name is Honorable Kampamba Mdainga, Member of Parliament for the good people of Kalibushi. I'm also Vice Chairperson of the committee.
Thank you very much. Council Secretary, my name is Mulunda Darius, Member of Parliament for Siavonga constituency, and I'm the chairperson for the Committee on Local Government Accounts, the committee appearing before this morning. Council Secretary, under Cap 12 of the laws of Zambia, members of parliament enjoy the immunity in the House, and the same is extended to you when you appear before any parliamentary committee, that whatever you say during our deliberations will not be used against you in any courts of law. But if you choose to mislead this committee, the same will be used against you, and I have no doubt in my mind that you will not do that, and that you give us factual information this morning, and that you have good information coming from you, which will help us generate a very good report. With the immunity conferred on you, I will now invite you, Council Secretary, to make your submission with further guidance that you read the query, and then you go to management response. From there you go to the management action, the action that you have taken as management, and of course the remedy that you have offered in every query that is on this report. Please, you may proceed in that fashion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe before I could proceed, we can go to page 7 of our report. There's just a correction.
Page 7 of the report, honorable members.
Yeah, on management response. It's supposed to read last quarter of 2022, not last quarter of 2023. Last paragraph down.
Are we there, members? You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The query was on grants on unauthorized projects, but that was the first one. During the period under review, empowerment grants in amounts totaling to 1,953.
Sorry, I said you read the query, you go to your responses as management.
Oh, the query is
yes, just the heading.
Okay. The query is the unauthorized projects.
You start with grants, empowerment, unauthorized projects. Okay, you go to management.
Then on management responses, the cause of query, management acknowledges the auditor's observation that 8 organized groups had funds amounting to 140,000 spent on projects that the Constituency Development Fund Committee did not endorse. This was due to the reduction by the Constituency Development Fund Committee in the amounts allocated to organized groups. On action taken, management wishes to state that authority has since been granted by Constituency Development Fund Committee to change from the initial projects. And the minutes are on Appendix 1.
Proceed.
Then remedial measure, management wishes to state that it will ensure CDFC approves projects in amounts applied for by the organized groups. The second query, Mr. Chair, is the other observation, irregular cash withdrawals. On the management response, we have broken them into 3. The first is the irregular cash withdrawal amounting to 50,572. Management wishes to acknowledge the auditor's observation that 50,572 was paid to officers using accountable interest. This was due to an interruption of internet banking platform caused by internet failure at the time of payment, and this led to the use of an alternative mode of payment to accommodate for the loss of time. On the withdrawal of 19,450.32, management wishes to acknowledge the auditor's observation that 19,450.32 ngwe was paid to officers using accountable interest. This was due to the funds being drawn on behalf of the driver who had a bank account with another bank, which could have affected him in terms of his logistics, as the audit report was due for submission the following day. Then on the irregular cash withdrawal amounting to 26,021, management wishes to acknowledge the auditor's observation that 26,021 kwacha was paid to officers using accountable interest. This was due to loss of login credentials by the signatories at the time of payment, and this led to the use of an alternative mode of payment to accommodate for the loss of time. On the action taken, management wishes to report that it has resolved that irrespective of the circumstances surrounding a payment and the execution of the program, there shall be no use of accountable interest to pay for subsistence allowances and other logistics to officers. On the remedial measure, management will ensure that the resolution passed is strictly adhered to, avoid the occurrence of the practice, and it is implementing the resolution of paying funds into personal accounts. On the cross-cutting audit findings, the first one is on the budget performance, on the unspent funds, 21,933,093. Management acknowledges the auditor's observation and wishes to state as follows. On violence, the variance in funding was due to funds withheld at source for the procurement of CDF monitoring vehicle and community police vehicle. Then on the interest was earned on CDF main account. On the balance brought forward, the balance brought forward represented the 1.6 million as CDF for the year 2021, and 171,207 was spent for the ongoing 2021 CDF projects, of which the funds were committed at that time. Unspent funds. The unspent funds were due to non-spending on community projects, which was 12.855, bursaries 2.754073, loans 2.706350, grants 981,000, interest 17,631, variance 1,960,89, disaster 658,788. This was due to the processes of launching of the CDF guidelines and training of CDFC members on the utilization of CDF. Management was also awaiting the guidance on the engagement of financial institutions on disbursement of loans. Action taken. Management wishes to report that the process of approvals has been decentralized to the provincial local government officer to expedite the process. On the interest component, management wrote to the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development to use the interest on other CDF projects and still awaiting the feedback. Remedial measure. Management will enhance engagements with the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development on the policy guidance in order to improve the rate at which CDF are being utilized. Then failure to spend 12,855,162. So, cause of query, management acknowledges the auditor's observation and wishes to state that the unspent funds amounting to 12,855,162 was due to non-procurement of approved CDF projects. This was because at the time the process of clearance of contracts was done centrally by the Office of the Auditor General. Action taken. Management has since spent 63% of the funds on various CDF projects in 2023, leaving a balance of committed funds of 37%. The funds meant for Chifungo School was varied to Sondo Health Post for construction of ablution block and water provision by the Office of the Council Secretary as per circular number MLGRD 10122/151. Remedial measure. Management will continue engaging the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development and ZPPA in the procurement.
Council Secretary.
Yes, sir.
You have the addendum. That's what you are reading from.
Yes, the addendum. Sorry, I didn't see. The addendum is part of what we have put is the extra annexures for the same query.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
It's the same query, but the other annexures which were not attached to the main report.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, remedial measure. Management will continue engaging the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development and ZPPA in the procurement process of goods and services. Management will further ensure that e-procurement is fully utilized to provide effective and efficient procurement of goods and services and ensure that value for money is achieved. Then failure to disperse soft loans, 2,706 kwacha 350. Cause of query, management acknowledges the observations and wishes to state that the unspent funds were due to the delay in issuing guidance on the procedures for disbursement of loans. The guidance from the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development was issued in the last quarter of 2022. Action taken. Management has since disbursed the funds to the beneficiaries of the loans. Remedial measure. Management will endeavor to disburse the loans to beneficiaries timely, especially that approval processes has been decentralized to the province as per guidance from the Ministry of Local Government under minute number LGRD 101/22/157. Bursary, secondary school and skills development and spent grants. 2,754,073 kwacha. Cause of query, management acknowledges the auditor's observations and wishes to state that there were a few applications received for both secondary school and skills development. Action taken, management wishes to report that it has enhanced community sensitization on secondary school and skills bursaries, and the numbers of beneficiaries has since gone up. This is reflected in the table below. The authority given to PLGOs to approve CDF projects has increased the rate at which CDF projects are now implemented. So, Mr. Chair, the levels of applications have increased. If you look at the table, initially it was in 2022, students were 61. Now, the 2023, they have gone to 273. Pupils 188, now they have gone to 299. So the unspent funds have since been varied towards procurement of desks. Remedial measure, management will enhance community engagements and sensitization on the importance of education and skills development. Bursary, secondary school, boarding and skills development, failure to report. Cause of query, management acknowledges the auditor's observations that 21 pupils and 40 students did not report to various schools and skills development training institutions, which fees amounted to 258,400 was not paid. The fees did not include the personal protective equipment and meals, and students failed to provide for themselves, hence failed to report for school. Action taken. Management wishes to report that as of 2023, students under skills development have been provided with accommodation, meals, and safety attire where applicable. Remedial measure. Management wishes to state that it will continue paying for accommodation, meals, and safety attire. Further, management will continue ensuring that payment of fees are only paid upon confirmation that students and pupils have reported for school as guided by the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. Mr. Chair, I submit.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mwanza. Honorable Simon.
Thank you, Chair. I refer the committee to page 2.
Page 2 of the report.
The grants empowerment and authorized projects. In summary here, 8 groups were funded to an amount of 140,000 kwacha. And then these groups, they changed their business proposal. My question is why we only have 5 applications attached in Appendix 1 as compared to the number of clubs that have been queried. You have attached only 5 out of 8. The second question is, you are saying that the management, the action taken, management wishes to state that authority has since been granted by CDFC to change from the initial projects. The authority to change the projects is on Appendix 1 through the minutes, which is labeled A. Why weren't these minutes for authority to change grant approved business, why weren't they given to the auditor at the time of audit? I have seen the same minutes that the meeting was held on 11th May 2023. The same day that the meeting was held, minutes were prepared, stamped by Secretariat. But the CDF Vice Chairperson only signed these minutes 4 months later. He signed on the 11th of September. Why didn't you provide this evidence to the auditors that these 8 clubs had received the authority to change their business? I thank you.
Thank you. Council Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think on the number of the applications which were reported instead of 8, I think, Mr. Chair, I think there was an omission. All of them were supposed to be attached. Otherwise, all the 8 applications were reported to CDC committee for approval to change their projects, Mr. Chair.
Different question, Chair. You have a follow-up? Okay.
Yes, Honorable Mwanza, the other question is what?
Yes, you haven't finished answering the second question. The minutes of the special meeting that was held. In fact, on that meeting, you just discussed only one item to change the business from the original to the other projects. These minutes were signed 4 months later by the CDFC chairman. Could that have led to you not availing the evidence that you approved the change of business to the Auditor General at the time that the AG was there?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is a good observation. And in fact, Mr. Chair, that is the more reason why we could not avail the minutes at that particular time to the auditors, because they were not complete. The other chairperson was not available in the district to have these minutes signed. That's why you find the dates of different dates.
Okay. Honorable Swambe.
Thank you very much, Chair. My question is on page 5, unspent funds. Chair, when you go to action taken, management is saying that the process of approval has been decentralized to the provincial government officer to expedite the processes on the interest component. Management wrote to the Ministry and Rural Development to use the interest on the CDF project and still awaiting for a feedback. Chair, I wanted to know whether Mpulungu will not take advantage, or has it not taken advantage of them being here to pass through the ministry to push for this variation, because the people of Mpulungu want to see management working to provide goods and services. So I know you've been here. You've been at Taliban, I don't know how many days for you, but have you taken advantage to pass through the ministry to look at why this response has not been given to you in good time?
Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have made follow-ups with the ministry and to the PS. In fact, we combined the issues of the other materials which we're procuring. So a follow-up has been made to the PS, and we have been assured that feedback will be given in the shortest possible time.
When was that? When did you go? When did you check on the ministry? Yes, Honourable Simon.
Chair, maybe it would be prudent for the council secretary just to indicate to the committee when this request was done. We may assume it has taken long, maybe it was just done last week. So when was this request, and do you have a letter to that effect?
Council Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a letter to that effect.
Appendix what?
Appendix 3, I'm sure.
Appendix 3.
Appendix 3, we wrote to the ministry. A request for treasury. Yes, you have seen, sir.
Yes.
Another question on page 3.
Page 3 of the report.
Irregular cash withdrawals, Chair. Contrary, Chair, to the circular, the management account withdrew amount totaling to 92,588, which was paid to various officers to facilitate payment of daily subsistence to officers instead of paying direct into the beneficiaries' account. The first one, Chair, was 50,572, and according to the management, they are saying this was due to an interruption of internet banking platform caused by internet failure at the time of payment, and this led to the use of an alternative mode of payment to accommodate for the loss of time. The first question, Chair, that I would want the CS to answer is, was this alternative mode of payment legal or it was irregular? And if it was irregular, why did you do something that was against, the secular? Chair, I submit.
Council Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the first place, we would like to apologize for the omission. The payment was not legal, it was irregular, because according to the circular, it clearly indicates beneficiaries should be paid in individual bank accounts. But because of that failure of the internet, that's why management thought of using the alternative mode to facilitate for the execution of that program at that particular time.
Thank you. Yes, a follow-up.
Thank you so much, Chair. Yes, as much as you're explaining that you used an alternative method, why didn't you, using the same method, direct or withdraw or direct monies using a manual directive to the bank, just so that they are able to transact, or the individuals are able to withdraw individually, than you giving them block figures? I submit, Chair.
Council Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Most of the officers at the accounts in Mpurungu, because in Mpurungu we have only Atlas Mada, other officers have in Kasama and Imbala. So the bank normally allows for payments through bank accounts. So that is the challenge which we had, to have the officers deposit their monies in their account at the Atlas Mall, and then they have to wait for clearance from their banks for them to be paid. So that is the challenge which we had at that particular moment, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Smumba.
Chair, I wanted to know, because I was checking, I thought maybe they've attached something how these accountable interests were retired. I haven't seen anything. Maybe if they can lead us to those appendix, how this irregular cash, 50,000, how it was used, and the receipts and so forth, because here they're just giving us a statement of how the logistics were supposed to be affected by the driver. We don't know if this money was used for fuel. We want to know if there is anything like that, so that, Chair, we can move together. I submit.
Thank you. Council Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I think there's an omission on that part of not availing the committee the schedule of where officers signed for their DSA when they were going in the field. But for the other transfers, I think they are attached when we normalize the situation.
Okay. Honorable Mwene.
Thank you so much, Chair. CS, how then do you want your committee to believe that this money was spent prudently and correctly without you providing evidence to your committee? I submit, Chair.
Yes, you can answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are apologizing for that omission, but if the committee can allow us to provide that information, it's readily available. We can still provide to the committee.
CS, was this 50,572 used?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that 50,000 was used during the orientation of CDFC members in Ichongwe. That is where that 50,000 went to, for the members of CDF committee and officers.
Do you have any evidence?
Mr. Chair, that's what we are saying. If the committee can allow us, we can still provide that evidence to that effect, Mr. Chair. For now, it's not attached to the appendices.
On the irregular cash withdrawals of 19,450, also this committee would want to know the logistics that you have reported here, how it was used. I'm sure when you talk of logistics, you are talking about also fuel and so forth. Do you have any evidence to show to this committee that the driver had to pass through the filling station or anything similar to that effect?
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, we have not attached that appendix, but that money was meant for fuel and his subsistence allowance. That evidence, if allowed by the committee, we can still provide, Mr. Chair.
Okay. The third one, also, you don't have anything attached?
No, Mr. Chair, we can still provide all of them if we are permitted by the committee.
I think you can submit that, because the committee won't take a verbal explanation. They always believe in evidence-based. So we direct you that you can send these receipts. Honorable Man.
Thank you so much, Chair. Yes, I would like to lead you to irregular cash withdrawals of 26,021 kwacha. Where on the second
page,
the next sentence, yes, on the same page, Chair.
Okay.
Where you are saying this was due to loss of login credentials by the signatories at the time of payment, and this led to the use of alternative mode of payment to accommodate for the loss of time. Chair, I would like the CS to explain what this alternative mode of payment was that accessed them to withdraw the money without signatories. I submit, Chair.
Just to add, this was due to loss of login credentials. Loss of login. We were underlining that. So maybe if you can also explain the loss of login by who?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the alternative mode of payment, we used a check in the name of the officer to draw the money because we could not access through the other system because, as we have indicated, one of the officers, the signatories, had forgotten the password and he could not, the transaction could not be processed using the system because the approval system is one who has to initiate and then approve.
Where were you withdrawing this money from? Was it not from the bank where those login credentials can easily be availed to you?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The passwords are a preserve of one individual, Mr. Chair. So we had no access from the bank to give us the credentials for the officer to reset the password. Hence, we used the one payment for the other officers to be transacted.
Honorable Yambose.
Chair, my apologies for joining late at the challenge. My full names are Mishek Mtetwa Nyambose, representing the special people of Chasefu Constituency, Eastern Province, and a member of this committee. Chair, thanks for permitting me to make some interventions. On the same page 3, Chair, I don't want to spoil what my colleagues have said, but the query here, Chair, is contrary to the secular accountable interest in amounts totaling 58 was paid to various officers. I just want to underline contrary to the secular, meaning that it was irregular for this council, Mpurungu, to pay interest to officers as pay the secular. Chair, I know my colleagues have asked on bullet 1, 2, and 3. I'm not bullet, but Roman numeral 1, 2, and 3. My point, Chair, is on the action taken, Town Clerk, Council Secretary. You say on the action taken that there shall be no use of accountable interest to pay subsistence allowance and other logistics to officers. Further, on the remedial measure, you say management will ensure that the resolution passed is strictly adhered to avoid occurrence of the practice, and it is implementing the resolution of paying funds into personal accounts. Chair, my question is it a resolution is by regulation? And if they say resolution, which committee's resolution was guiding you? Because here it says contrary to the secular. That means you are guided by the Ministry of Law Government. But you went against this guidance to make these payments contrary to what you are guided. Then you are referring to resolution. Which resolution, Council Secretary?
Thank you, Honorable. On the same, Honorable Mtero.
Yes. Maybe before he comes in, the second one, Chair. What assurance or guarantee that where there is guidance from the ministry, you go against it? Now you are telling this committee that you shall never do it. Why didn't you break the law with impunity in the first place? Then today you want to tell this committee, Council Secretary. I submit.
Thank you. Honorable Mtero.
Chair, thank you very much. CS, I want to agree with the reasons you have given. Number one, there was no internet. So when there is no internet, there is no internet. Number two, the driver had a different bank. So you had to look for a solution. Number three, the logging, the loss of logging. Now you go and you say, this shall never repeat itself. In case, in the near future, the same problems will occur. There is no internet. What other alternatives are you going to be using? Because you gave your committee to me valid reasons. Now you've come to screw yourself to say, no, going forward, even if there will be a loss of internet, we'll follow the guidelines. Is it true?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is the more reason why, as management, we resolved that we adhere to the instructions given. And whatever circumstance, we have to adhere to that. Meaning, if there is an urgent matter, we have to see how best can that program be undertaken while awaiting such scenarios to be corrected.
I wanted that answer. So as management, you forgot of what you are telling your committee now. Then, it was not valid then, not until you come to your committee. You never, no wonder coming back to Honorable Nyambos, you never wanted to adhere. You resolved as management. What happened the last time? It was deliberate, eh?
Thank you. I think on that, there are two things here, Council Secretary. There is a regression and then there is your resolution. Which one should you obey?
The regression, Mr. Chair.
Yes. So whether you sit as management, what you're supposed to write here is that you strictly adhere to the regression, financial regression, not to the resolution. I think that's...
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Honorable. Oh.
Chair, you have guided very well, and I would not labor on it. Chair, how, Council Secretary and your team, how do you rate yourselves if you can be doing something contrary to the regulation? How do you rate yourselves? And how do you tell government that you are the right officers to follow instructions from government when you can go against regulations guiding you on what you're supposed to do on accountable interest? Yet officers have got accounts. What can you tell this nation and this committee? That you are the right people to follow these regulations, or you'll be doing contrary to the regulations. There's so many regulations you are guided on what to do in those offices, but you can go against them. What are you telling this committee and the nation that in this time, and what have you learned? As the chair said, did it need to wait for this committee to call you? Then you say, we regret. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Before you respond, Honorable Mani.
Thank you so much, Chair. CS, you have confirmed that your creative way of sorting out this problem to keep on time was by the check method. Chair, I would like the council to submit to your committee for evidence sake the check or checks totaling up to 92,588 kwacha. I have gone through the appendix, Chair. I have not seen any leaf of a check or photocopy of a check. I submit, Chair.
Council Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the first question from Honorable Nyambose, this time around we are saying we will follow the regulations, whatever circumstances will prevail at that particular moment. It's regrettable, Mr. Chair, that we went against the regulation, but we are promising or assuring the committee that going forward we have to adhere what the government directs us to do, so that we do the correct thing. Then on the checks, Mr. Chair, again, as the honorable members observed, the checks are not attached, but we can still provide that information if the committee gives us that opportunity, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yes, Honorable members.
Page 6, Chair. Chair, I don't know, I've just come, so you guide me if my colleagues have. Yes, sir. Chair, is failure to spend. Are we there?
Yes.
Total allocation 12,855,162. I believe these are for various community projects. Chair, at the time of audit, Council Secretary, you had no project brought forward. A number of projects brought forward from 2021 to 2022, there were 6 projects. 2021, 2022, 6 projects were brought forward. And the number of projects that you approved, or your CDF committee approved in Mpurungu, there were 8 projects. Number of projects completed, Chair, at the time of audit, 0. Number of projects work in progress, at the time of audit, 0. Number of outstanding projects, total number 14 at the time of audit. Chair, maybe I ask the first one, when were you audited? Then I would give the substantive one.
Council Secretary?
In 2023.
Which month? Anybody can help? Which month?
April, Mr. Chair.
April. Are you sure? Okay.
So, Chair, my concern is that there were some projects which were carried over from 2021 to 2022, and there were 6 of them. No action, no progress. And in 2022, the same council, Mpurungu Council, approved 8 projects. And at the time of audit, which was in 2023, no project was being implemented. In terms of milestones, 0. Chair, the people of Mpurungu who have been waiting for these projects, various of them, to uplift their lives. And we have a council which is reported that at the time of audit in 2023, there was no even a project which was underway. Council Secretary, what explanation do you have for this committee? I want to add to read, Chair, with the permission, the action taken by management over this query. It says management has spent 63% of the funds on various CDF projects in 2023, leaving a balance of committed funds to 37%. The funds meant for Chifungo, I want you to take interest, Chair, on this project. The funds meant for Chifungo School was varied to Sondwa Health Post for construction of ablution block and water provision by the office of the council secretary as per circular number so. So I had a problem, Council Secretary, this statement that it was varied by your office, the ablution block. I wanted you to tell me which appendix indicates you having the powers to vary a project. Then the other question, Chair, the last one is the same, that where is the authority from the CDF committee varying Chifungo School to a very good project at Sondwa Health Post? Chair, those are my concerns. The main one is why has Mpurungu not been working the way other councils implementing projects that would uplift the lives of the people? And I mean, that is the question that I had, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Simumba, is it on the same?
Yes, Chair, on the same. When I take you to Appendix 4, when second Chair there is status of the CDF community projects. Now, Chair, my concern is on number 5, 7, and 8. Chair, number 1, the grader has been delivered, which is okay. We are happy about that. Bulldozer, roller compactor. Now, number 5, tipper trucks that are not yet delivered. And also this water bowser. The other concern, Chair, the fuel. This fuel hasn't been delivered. We want to know the type of the fuel, Chair, that hasn't been delivered from 2022. If they are importing, maybe they are constructing a filling station in Mpulungu and they have ordered this fuel which hasn't delivered. We want to know that maybe before they can give us those answers. Chair, I submit.
All right. Honorable Kamondo, yes? You give one question.
Yes, of course. Me, I'm restricted. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Just to add on what my colleagues have already spoken, my concern is on the water bowser and the tipper. I've followed with keen interest, and I've seen also the communication that was made from the suppliers to the council. However, the last time that you met, the supplier, this at Appendix 4, wrote you and assured you that these two items were going to be delivered by January 2024. That is the water bowser and the tipper. I want to find out, what is the status quo? Have they been delivered? And if they've not been delivered, what actions have you taken? Thank you, sir.
Council Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start with the question from Honorable Nyambose on why projects could not be undertaken in 2022. Mr. Chair, these were due to the fact that the clearance processes took time at that particular time because it was not centralized. So it took some time for maybe the office of the Auditor General or Attorney General to clear the contracts for these procurements. Hence, that period of the processes is the one which delayed. That's why once those clearances were obtained, then we went flat out to implement the projects, Mr. Chair. Then on the progress made, I think we have made strides in terms of implementation of the projects, which I'm sure as we are speaking, maybe even the 37% can be less than that, but we have made strides in ensuring that we don't deprive the people of Mpulungu the much needed services which we have to provide, Mr. Chair. Then on the not delivered vehicles and the fuel, the vehicles, Mr. Chair, they haven't been delivered. Initially, they had 2 in stock, which came in December, and the contractor, I'm sure there's some correspondence which we wrote to the ministry. The circular which came into effect, that come 1st January, there was that issue of not having that access of tax exemption. So those other two trucks which were at the supplier's premises, when they generated the invoices, when they went there in January, they were told the system has changed. And the other third one, which arrived in December, again when they went there in January, they were told the system was changed. There's no VAT subjected to this. So we have been engaging the Ministry of Local Government and Housing. We have communication that maybe they assist us, how best can we have those things cleared. So that is the status where we are, Mr. Chairperson. I think I've combined with the question from. On the fuel, Mr. Chairperson, this fuel was meant for the machines which we have procured to do the road works. So for now, we haven't used the fuels. We are just waiting for the rains to subsidize because they were approved in last year.
Dr. Mwanza and then Honorable
On the same, on the same unspent funds, okay, page 7, I've seen that Appendix 4 is showing the status of CDF community projects, and when I count, you have 5 at 100%. But the certificates of completion are not 5, they are 4. The completion of Kavumbo Science Laboratory is missing. Why? Then on the same project list, there is a completion of Chipote Primary School, 1x2 classroom block. But on the completion certificates, I assume it is the same place. On the completion certificate, it is showing Chipote Health Post. So a school, a 1x2 has turned into a health post, meaning that in Mpulungu, from this project list, you have constructed 2 health posts, one at Sondwa and then the other one at Chipote. We want to seek clarification at Chipote area. What project was approved and what project has been executed? Is it a primary, a 1x2 classroom block or a rural health center? And what are where is the evidence to show the change on the project, on the scope and projects and the financial implications?
No.
Yeah, it's on the same. As a layman, the completion certificates, one will have 2 contractors. I want to know if that is the standard in Mpulungu, and how you would give one completion certificate written on both sides to 2 contractors. How were you giving them those completion certificates? Because it's one leaf here, completion certificate for this contractor, here for the other contractor. Is that the standard in Mpulungu?
Council Secretary.
Council Secretary. Then, where is the 5th one? And how come a school has changed into a health post? Or you were just doing this so that you come and present them?
Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairperson. On the completion certificate, the one you are saying, Honorable, is I think we were just photocopying this other side and this other side. We haven't been using one copy to give to 2 contractors.
Thank you.
Sorry for that omission,
Thank you.
Mr. Chairperson.
Why were you photocopying? Because now from us, Chair, it is 1 leaf. How many contractors? 2. What was so hard to bring a separate leaf altogether? Are you now seeing the suspicions you are bringing on yourselves? Even if you are so economical. I'm glad you have not delivered the fuel. That's being economical for a proper usage. Why were you doing that?
Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, sorry for that omission. I think it's regrettable that we did that.
Honorable members, yes. Yes. Okay.
The project at one particular site.
Council Secretary. Director of Works. The change of project, the project.
Thank you, Chair. I think on appendix number 4, item number 10, It's just a typing error. It's supposed to be completion of Chipote Health Post, not primary school. So it's a typing error.
So how are we?
I've not given in the...
sorry.
Honorable Mtela.
You think you will get it that it's a typing error? Do you know what a typing error is? It could have at least 2 or 3 letters, not a statement. Then you want your committee to believe it's a typing error. Director of Works.
Through the chair, I think we apologize for that. Otherwise, on item number 10, it was supposed to read completion of Chipote Health Post.
Exactly.
As it is indicated on the completion certificate. Thank you, Chair.
Where is the other completion certificate for the 5th project?
Do you have the certificate for the other project?
Thank you, Chair. If you may allow us, we'll attach it.
Do you have or don't have, sir?
Yes, the completion certificate is there, but it's not with me. I don't have it now, right now.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Honorable.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I just wanted to guide them that fuel from 2022 to date, the value for it and the liters have changed. So if you are not managing the council properly, this is a true definition of poor management. And how many liters you procured, they have changed. Chair, my question is on page 8, Chair.
That is the last question.
Chair, on page 8, it is secondary school and skills development and spent grants. Chair, I want you to take interest to the table there. Number of pupils that were budgeted were 188. Number of students, 61. Funds received, 4,510,583. Utilized amounts out of 4.5 million, only 1.756510 was utilized, leaving an amount unspent at the time of audit, 2,754,075 CS. And you went ahead to do a variation to buy discs. And the variation, according to the appendix that you have attached, is not 2,754,073. Actually, the ministry approved a variation of 3,126,490. My first question, Chair, is where did the other balance come from that added to the 2,754,073? Chair, I want to combine, this is the last one. If you go to page 9, Chair, 61 students did not report. This is a failure to report, Chair. And the issue is, the management response is that 258,400 was not paid. Are you seeing that? I underlined, you did not pay. I don't know if you meant it was paid or you did not pay. And I don't know if you define this also a typo error, as Honorable Mtela has indicated. Further, Chair, to that, the fees did not include the personal protective equipment and the meals. And the students failed to provide for themselves, hence failed to report. Chair, if you take interest, the 61 includes the pupils. Now, remedial measure. Management wishes to state that it will continue paying for accommodation, meals, and safety attire. Furthermore, management will continue ensuring that the payment fees are only paid upon confirmation that students and pupils have reported for schools and as guided by the ministry. Chair, the issue is there were 21 pupils plus 40 students. My understanding is that pupils are for secondary schools and the students are for skills development. Now the response there that they did not include personal protective clothing. Do pupils need the personal protective clothing for them to be in school? I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Council Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first one is on the balance on variation. The ministry approved the 3 million. The other funds were coming from the other projects which were not utilized. Hence, the amount increased from it was addition to 258 plus the other amounts which remained from other projects. That's why it went to 3 million, which we requested for variation. And then the 258,400, this is the money which was not paid to the respective schools and training institutions for those who didn't report for training. Hence, the same 258 now was the one which was varied to the purchase of desks for education. Then on the remedial measures taken, Mr. Chair, I think there was just an omission on the part of the pupils. The reasons which the parents were giving and the schools where these pupils didn't report were varying. There was other schools were saying these pupils, they didn't report because of various challenges, among them with early marriages. Then others just opted to stay back from going to school. Hence, although it is not clearly coming out in our remedial measure, but those are some of the issues which came on the ground. Otherwise, we are sorry for that omission not to include the pupils in our remedial measure, but they are part of the exercise which we undertake.
Okay, thank you. Members, thank you very much. Pulungu Town Council, we don't take pride in asking a lot of questions, but if you are not coordinated in your responses, and we don't rejoice when people are saying, no, we are sorry over that, we are sorry over that, because that word now, if you bring that word, it means you have failed to deliver somewhere. And we want you to have a very coordinated report next time you appear before us. And we want you to give us the information that is very clear. Everybody, the people in Pulungu should be able to follow what we are saying and should be able to agree with what is on the ground, that whatever they are submitting before the committee, because at times, there are times when the council is submitting, your people are texting us. That's why you see us maybe checking on the phones. They are sending messages. That is not true. That is not true. We don't want that. We want to make sure that, you know, whatever you submit is what is on the ground and people are appreciating. We want development to go to Mpulungu. We do not want things that are going to bring this development, the drive development that the government, the agenda the government is having, should not be deterred by you or should not be slowed down by you by not doing the right thing. We want to withdraw the immunity that was conferred on you and allow you to travel back to Mpulungu safely. We wish you well and we'll see you next month. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You are free to leave.
Thank you, members.
You are free to leave.
My eParliament mobile application. My eParliament is a mobile application developed by the National Assembly of Zambia in order to bring Parliament closer to you. You can download and install My eParliament from App Store or Play Store. Once installed, you can raise your concerns, provide your input, opinion and feedback on various projects or decisions being made in your constituency. On My eParliament mobile application, you can listen to Parliament Radio. You will have access to parliamentary documents such as bills and acts which are considered in Parliament. You will also have access to National Assembly social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. You can also watch parliamentary debates live on our YouTube channel. Download My eParliament now. My eParliament, bringing Parliament closer to you.
My name is Jacqueline Sabao, Member of Parliament for Chikankata constituency in the Southern Province of Zambia. I was born on 29th September 1975 in Kafiwe. I started my school in Chikankata at Kavo Secondary School now in Chief Naluama area. Later, I went to Nakatete Primary School because my parents were living in Kafiwe. And then my secondary school, I was at Naboe Secondary School in Kafiwe. Then I went to do my accounts at Everin Horn College. Later, I went to the university to do my undergraduate in development studies. And then I did my master's in public administration at Lusaka University. However, I also worked, my first employment was with MS Zambia, where I was a programs officer. Then I went to COMESA headquarters as a programs officer under the youth department. From there, I also did a lot of research. There was a program under the University of Zambia Development Studies Department where we had a research program sponsored by Copenhagen University of Denmark. I was a researcher there. Later in years, I thought of starting my own business, a company business called Just Investment Limited. We deal in construction and general supply. I'm the director of that company. I am married and I have 3 children, all boys. Chikankata constituency is a Lolo constituency, and as we all know, it was given the status of a district in 2013 under the leadership of the late President Mr. Michael Sata. And Chikankata is an agriculture area. However, we have a lot of challenges as a district because being an agriculture area, the most challenge we have is the road network. It's very difficult for our people to take their products to the market because of the poor road network. And then the other thing is that our people, they depend on livestock. But at the moment also, the other challenge we have is the issue of the diseases. As we all know, in the past years, Ministry of Livestock, they are not employing extension officers. Hence, our people, they don't have the information on how to take care of their livestock. And around 1989, a lot of our animals died. And hence, the levels of poverty went high in Chikankata, and our people started charcoal burning, which has also affected the environment. At the moment, Chikankata is one of the constituencies that have been hit by the climatic change because of lack of trees, meaning it has also affected the land pattern in our area. So especially the northern side, Chief Nalwama, the rain pattern there is not good, but on the other side, it's fine. But like I've said earlier on, the issue of the road network at the moment is poor, and it has really affected our agriculture activities, which is the main source of income for the people of Chikankata. With the coming of CDF, as a district, we've put up a lot of developmental programs. Like I said earlier on, that it's a new district, meaning we need to come up with projects that will change the face of Chikankata. First and foremost, we need to look at the geographic setup of Chikankata. Chikankata is a district which is like 2 in 1, having 2 chiefdoms, and it has 14 wards, and each chiefdom has 7 wards. Meaning, as you are planning, you are supposed to balance the two, so that you are not seen to be like you are one-sided. Naturally, as human beings, they would think, no, maybe she's concentrating much on where she's coming. However, where I'm coming from, this area, Chief Nalwam, we don't have a lot of infrastructure development, but on the other side, we are lucky that the missionaries came, those who built Chikankata Mission. So that side we have Chikankata Hospital, which is one of the biggest hospitals in this country. We also have Chikankata Secondary School, which is a boarding school, and we also have a biomedical university, which was opened recently, and other activities there. And even when you look at the population, that's where the highest population is, in Chikankata. But the other side also, we are also, like as people of Chikankata, we are the one hosting the biggest dam in Zambia, meaning that the main source of energy in this country comes from Chikankata, the Kafue Gorge Dam. And at the moment, we also have the one which is under construction and almost completing is the Sino Hydro. But however, as a people of Chikankata, we have not benefited from this dam, which, as area of member of parliament, I'm trying to negotiate with DESCO to see how they can pay back to this community, having this dam, which is very expensive, sitting on our constituents. How do we benefit? 80% of Chikankata doesn't have electricity. We are not connected to the grid, but we are the people supplying the country and the region. So as a member of parliament, what we've done under the CDF, for instance, 2021, one of the major projects that we came up were 4 projects, which is the extending one of the secondary school to a boarding school called Chikani Secondary School. It will be a boarding school. And you know, when a school is a boarding school, it means you are not just targeting the local pupils. We are also looking at those coming outside the district, meaning the economic activities of that area will change, because a lot of people will come, and with the coming of free education and also the bursary being paid under CDF, meaning that money from other constituencies will come to this school, and it will change the activities, the economic activities of this area. And other things we looked at for 2022 is the issue of desks. We've heard the pronouncements by the president saying that he doesn't want any Zambian child to sit on the floor. So as Chikankata, under the 2022 budget, we allocated a 1 million kwacha to buy desks, and when we did the BOQ, we came up with 1,000 desks, which will be shared equally across the district. In Chikankata, we only had one shade that was receiving the FISIP from our suppliers, but under the CDF, we've also allocated some money to construct one of the biggest sheds in Chikankata. On the other side, that is under Chief Nalwama, that's at Nasenga. And then the other money we allocated to a clinic in Upper Kalea. And then we also have 24 projects in the wards. Those are like a 1x3 classroom blocks, some boreholes, and also other activities. But however, coming to the 2023, we are looking big, because you know 2021 was like a pilot project for all of us. We were learning a lot, even at government level, at constituency level, even the local authority. They were learning a lot. But from the 2022, the way we operated, we've learned a lot, meaning going forward, we'll do better. My dream as a member of parliament is that come 2026, there must be change in Chikankata. People should see that the past 5 years, we had a member of parliament who had the love for this constituency. And I want the people of Chikankata, and even those outside Chikankata, to benefit of what we put in as a team under the CDF fund. My way to the people of Chikankata is that the role of government is not to give handouts, but to facilitate the well-being of its people. Hence, with these opportunities under the CDF, we have the grants, we have the loans. People should work together. What is important, what I tell especially the young people and the women, is that as an individual, think within your space, what can I do as an individual? What is it that I want? First, before you think of other people, answer that question that, as me, Jacqueline, this is what I want for my life. Then, what is available within my space? At the moment, we have a caring government that have given equal opportunities depending on what you want. If you want to go back to school, you'll still go back to school. If you want to do business, you'll still go back to business. If you want to work, you work. At the moment, there have been a lot of recruitment. As we are talking right now, we are still waiting for the list to come out of recruitment, especially in the defense wing, meaning that the government is offering the opportunities to all Zambians, but it's up to an individual to identify what you want. It's not the government to tell you what you should do, but you as an individual step forward and say, this is what I want, and work around what you want. What is important as a people of Chikankata is that the most important thing for a district to develop or a country to develop, the people around that area, they should love one another. There must be unity so that you put your heads together and come up with projects that will help your people.
There were 59,439 registered cashew nut farmers in Western Province.
The situation as it is, I'm incapacitated.
The good people of Petauke, especially in Nika 1, where we don't have water.
This is now a serious risk on the people with Estesi. Last week we registered one maternal death.
Within the CDF, we can build palaces for all chiefs in our country.
Minister, when are we going to have money? When are we going to construct those people?
Catch us live on DSTV channel 272, OTV channel 28, Topstar channel 5, or visit the National Assembly of Zambia Facebook page. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you. My eParliament mobile application. My eParliament is a mobile application developed by the National Assembly of Zambia in order to bring Parliament closer to you. You can download and install My eParliament from App Store or Play Store. Once installed, you can raise your concerns, provide your input, opinion and feedback on various projects or decisions being made in your constituency. On My eParliament mobile application, you can listen to Parliament Radio. You will have access to parliamentary documents such as bills and acts which are considered in Parliament. You also have access to National Assembly social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. You can also watch parliamentary debates live on our YouTube channel. Download My eParliament now. My eParliament, bringing Parliament closer to you. My eParliament mobile application. First, download the app on either Play Store or App Store and install. After installation, open the app. Step 1. Register your personal information, that's your names, gender, NRC and date of birth. Step 2. Add your contact information, your email, phone number and home address. Step 3. Select your constituency. Step 4. Create your 4-digit PIN. At this point, the system will send an SMS to your mobile number with a one-time passcode. Step 5. Confirm with one-time passcode that was sent to your mobile. Step 6. Sign in using your phone number and the 4-digit PIN. And Step 7. Create your submission and submit. My eParliament, bringing Parliament closer to you.
On the Vice President's question time.
Questions for oral answer understanding order number 76.
For a matter to be admitted, it has to be of recent occurrence.
Continue watching Parliament TV, a channel dedicated to bring Parliament closer to you. Meet Ms. Jacqueline Sabao, Member of Parliament for Chikankata constituency in the Southern Province under the United Party for National Development UPND. Ms. Sabao is a likable lady and is passionate about her political career. She sits on the Standing Orders Committee and is the Vice Chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee, a role she discharges diligently.
Jacqueline Sabao was born in Kafue on 27 September 1975 at Kafue Mission. My mother was Sarah Mwene from Chikankata. My father was Dave Sabao. But they divorced when I was just 2 years. They left us, me and my siblings. However, I was brought up by stepdad, Mr. Mvula. From him, we had 2 siblings. We are 4 of us. I'm the firstborn in the family of 3 girls, 1 boy. Unfortunate, at the moment, we are only 2 remaining. Me, the firstborn, and our lastborn, the boy. And my parents also died. And then I started my grade 1 school in Chikankata at Kavo Primary School in Chief Nalwama. Then I came to Kafue, Nakatete Primary School, from grade 3 to grade 7. And I'm very lucky that I was the monitress of that class from grade 3 to grade 7, meaning that's where my leadership skills started from. And then I went to Nawoi Secondary School in Kafue from grade 8 up to grade 12. When I just completed my grade 12, I joined MS Zambia, a Danish volunteering project, as a programs officer. While I was there, I started my studies at Everin Horn College. I did advanced certificate in accounts for 1 year, and then I went to do financial and accounting with the University of Zambia, level 1 and 2. And from there, I joined COMESA headquarters under a program called Management Assistance Program for Youth Empowerment in the COMESA region. I was a programs officer. From there, I met someone, the late Dr. Francis Chigunta. He was my coordinator in one of the projects in renewable energy, which was sponsored by UNIDO. Because of working with him, and he realized something in me, he advised me that you should go and do your degree in development studies. That's how I enrolled with Open University. I did my undergraduate in development studies. From there, I made a decision to go and do my postgraduate diploma in international trade policy in Arusha, TRAPCA. Then I came back. I enrolled for my master's at University of Lusaka in public administration. So I have a master's in public administration within LAS. In 2011, I made a decision to work on my own and formed a company called Just Investment Limited. We deal in construction of roads and buildings and general supply, both in private and public sector.
Growing up as a young girl, she always liked to do challenging things. She narrates how at some point she wanted to be a Catholic nun, a decision that was opposed by some of her family members. She instead opted to join politics.
When I was growing up, I liked challenging things, and you heard, I said I was the monitress of that class, meaning it was a challenging position. But my ambitions, I was a Catholic, alone with my stepfather, but not my mother. My mother was Salvation Army. Being a Catholic child, I admired to be a Catholic nun. I thought I had a calling to work for the people. So I wanted to be a Catholic nun from my grade 5 to grade 12. Then my dad died when I was in grade 11. He was the one who was supporting me to do that. But my mother and her family, they never supported me. So after my dad died, I think I had a lot of challenges from my family. They opposed my interests. Coming from that background, I said, okay, I'll not continue with this. I'll do something else. I think it's something that made me to think of politics. Because I realized that even politics is a calling. Politics is not a prestige position. You need to be humble to make it out there.
Ms. Sabao is married and has 3 children. She pays glowing tribute to her family for supporting her work.
I'm married to Mr. Christopher Habno. We have 3 children, 3 boys. I only have 3 boys.
I've got 3 boys too.
Yes. It's not easy, meaning a strong woman. Yeah. My major support in my life is my husband. Because if you look at the political side, I think he's been encouraging me. Because before you join politics, what you're supposed to do is to ask your partner, are you going to support me in this? And when they say yes, you go ahead. If they say no, you don't go, because you have a lot of challenges. So I asked him if he could support me. But even the time was meeting me, I was right there. But he continued supporting me. My children, they support me. My immediate family members, they support me.
How big are your children?
My firstborn is 21 years. And the other one, 19 years. The third born is 7 years. Yeah.
She now talks about what prompted her to join politics.
How I joined UPND, it was through my mother. She was not a politician. My mother was a soldier, but she was a member of the traditional ceremony called the Wind Ceremony. So this particular weekend, she said, escort me for a meeting as a daughter. That's how I escorted her. At that meeting, I met people who were the executive members of Wind Ceremony, the likes of Maurice Jilema, who is the cousin to the president, Baston Mangola, the late Michael Hajintu, Robert Musanje. So I started interacting with them. The next time they called me that we have a meeting to meet someone who wants to be president. Anderson Mazoka came to Kafiwe. We had a meeting. And I remember I was the youngest in that meeting. And during our deliberations, one of the things he said, you know, you should not wait for the country to do something to you. You should also do something to the country. You should not wait for other people. But you as an individual should say, what is it that I can do to this country to add value or to change the lives of people? So listening to those words, I said, who am I? And I said, I'm going to support this man. That's how I made a decision to join UPND at a very tender age. And I didn't even understand what politics were all about. But I was happy the way he was talking. He encouraged us. And he said, even when I'm not there should be people who will carry on with my vision. And it is you. And that's how I joined UPND in 1999. And then that time we were trying to build the party. And I was one of the people that started UPND in Kafue. The first position I had was branch treasurer in Kafue Estates. From the branch, I went to the ward as a treasurer. The time we were going for election in 2001, I was the constituency treasurer. After losing the elections in 2002, I was appointed as a Kafue district youth chairperson. Then in 2005, they appointed me as a Lusaka province deputy youth chairperson. Then when we went for the convention 2006, after the death of the president, we had now the current president. I lost, but the president said, no, you are very instrumental. What you're going to do is to form a youth committee, national youth committee, chaired by our national youth chairperson. That time was Charles Long. I was a member of that committee. We worked very hard to mobilize the young people across the country. And then in 2008, that committee was dissolved. Since that time, I've never had a position in the party, but I've been working from the background, doing a lot of activities for the party. And then in 2016, I thought of standing as a member of parliament. I said, I think now at least I'm matured enough, I can represent the people of Chikankata constituency.
Despite her party losing elections, she never defected to another political party, but instead soldiered on.
In my life, I have a purpose. Like I said that I wanted to be a Catholic nun. I realized that I have a purpose to change the lives of people. At that level, I was thinking of using the church. But then I changed to politics because I understand that politics is the one that drives the lives of people in any country. And my purpose is to change a life of someone out there, a voiceless out there. That's my purpose. And coming from that purpose, I have this driving force that drives me that regardless of who I am in society, I can change the life of someone.
She now shares experience being a member of parliament.
For me, it's been interesting because I believe that where there's a challenge, there's an opportunity. Where there's an opportunity, there's a challenge. So a lot of people, they look at a member of parliament, a female member of parliament, to have a lot of challenges. For me, I don't see them as challenges. I see them as opportunities. So far, I think I've enjoyed being a member of parliament because I've learned a lot of things. For your own information, I was not a good follower of Parliament TV. I learned a lot of things when I was at parliament. I'll give you a very practical example of when I was told to move the budget. Honorable Bomulosa, the chief whip, called me, said, come to my office. When I went to the office, then he said, we want you to move the motion. I was like, oh, Honorable, what do you mean? Because I had no idea. I refused. Then he said, no. Okay, if you refuse, then who? I said, there are a lot of people there. He said, then he said, you are the vice chairperson for Public Accounts Committee. We want you to move the motion. Then your chairman will second it. At that point, he convinced me. Then I accepted. Then I was guided. And when the day came, I moved the motions. It was so interesting.
Ms. Sabao is a tough woman, as can be seen when she is discharging her duties as vice chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee. She presides over the committee with vigor.
I want to find out through the PS, looking at how the man was giving out without proper information. Was there monitoring of this money where it went and the implementation took place? Because already we are having a picture that even if those organizations were given money, there was no implementation. The money was just given to individuals, not even to groups. Do you have the report of implementation? PS. I enjoy that. When you are in a group and when you are a chair, you are the first of the equals. You need to be in charge. So when you are there, we are representing the Zambians, and that committee is very strategic at Parliament. Issues should come out so that the people out there, the owners of the Zambian resources, should know what happened to their money. So this is the reason why, as a chair, when I'm acting as a chair, I need to be in charge and make sure that the witnesses, they bring out the issues, not from me. Let the Zambians listen from the people who used their monies, who implemented their projects.
Her job is not an easy one. She now talks about some people that support her in her line of work.
I have some people that I regard like, like I said, I don't have parents. And there are people who have come in my life, they treat me like their own daughter. I'll give you, like in my political life, I'll tell you about Honorable Mwamba, the Minister of Community. She's a honorable, she's a minister, but for me, she's my mother. My relationship with her is a mother-daughter relationship. She's a woman that I can lean on her shoulder and cry if I have a burden. And she'll look at me and she'll make me strong. So I have friends, I have a lot of friends that encourages me. In life when we're doing something, you are going to find 3 groups of people. There will be a first one who encourage you, the other one who discourage you, the other one will be indifferent. So normally I'll look at the one who encouraged me. When I consult over something, then they encourage me, I'll lean on those people so that I succeed with my interests. So like people have been supporting me, and then I have friends. I have one old friend from secondary school, Mrs.